What's going on, everybody? So it's Fortnite Fridays here at the Esports Arena. We're in the Orange County location. I'm Mario Pepsi,
And I'm Viking.
and I'm super excited because Season 9 was announced and a whole lot of changes that I'm sure we're going to see a lot of things kind of take place tonight. I talked to you a little bit off stream already about
The shotgun changes.
the
Yep,
shotgun
yep.
changes. So, I mean, how are you feeling about that? And I'm sure a lot of people showing up tonight are kind of figuring that out right now.
True. I'm personally very disappointed at the shotgun changes. Getting rid of the pump, and having the Tommy gun introduced into the game back again. There's like zero counter to the Tommy gun.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't like the new shotgun. It's a little weird.
I mean, we threw it out there a little bit. It's maybe depending on how you look at it, everyone seems to still prefer the tac shotgun.
Yeah.
It seems to be maybe a different version of a tac shotgun. I mean, the fire rate's a little bit better. The damage isn't a whole lot better.
It has better range, and the
Right.
spread is smaller. I think that's why people don't like it as much. Is because
Yeah.
the spread is smaller, even though you can get like a better shot technically with it. It's harder to hit your shots.
Most definitely. And then, like you said, just with the drum gun being brought back, I mean, that's a huge RNG and game style change that
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of players were expecting to be thrown in all of a sudden. So,
Yep.
I mean, we've had a lot of fast-paced action for almost 6-7 weeks now. This is week 8. We have 2 more weeks. We'll probably go through some of the leaders in these weeks. Do you think it's going to change the in-game or the style the way these guys are going to play it all today? Or
Yeah, I think they introduced those wind transportations around the map. So
The
I think
slipstreams
the rotations are going to be crazy this
Okay.
season. So I think getting high kill games might be easier than it was last season. So I think we might even see more action today than any other week.
I think I'm ready for that because, like you said, it's not a new vehicle. It's not something completely, I guess, game changing, but it does speed up the momentum of the game. I mean, you
Definitely.
see 2 or 3 people traveling through there all the time. So, I don't know. Are you ready to get into some action
I'm
tonight
ready.
and
ready.
see what these guys are bringing to the tables? I'm sure one of the biggest things these guys want to see is the placings, because we talked about some of the prizes, the weekly rewards that these guys get to get. So, our Orange County location here, very tight in the top. I mean, first through 5th place, all kind of in
Yeah, they're
in
pretty
the
close
running
to
there.
each other. So there's room for everyone to try to take that first place still.
Vicky he's looking to get, hopefully first or second just to extend that lead a little bit there. But if you're anywhere near Orange County or LA and you're hoping to make a run for the money here, this is a kind of your last 3 weeks. I want to say first place gets 10 points, second place gets 8, and so on and so forth as it trickles down there. So you definitely want to get high placings if you're trying to take home the big prizes, which we announced a few weeks back, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
A trip to E3, which
Yeah, that's amazing.
I've never been to E3. Have you been to E3?
No, never. I've always
So,
wanted to.
I mean, it makes me jealous that I'm not downstairs playing with those guys right
I
now.
agree
That's
with
for
you.
sure. So, hopping over to Oakland, I mean, my man Dymide,
He's pretty unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah.
He's pretty secure at the first place for right now. But I mean,
you got Rogue and a few other people showing up there, the MEC crew. However, I mean, if you're showing up to Oakland, I'm pretty much just walking up to Dymide and being like, "Yo, man, what tips do you have for me?
Yep.
What are you doing tonight? Where are you going so I can stay away from you and hopefully have a better showing tonight?" But I mean, he's just running that location right now, so I'm pretty sure he's going to take home first place. But if I remember correctly, we're taking the top 2 leaders from each location.
And second place is still to grab.
Bam. So, I mean, yeah, like you said, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place all in the runnings there to take over that lead, which is pretty big. Roseville, a little bit same thing. Humpbuster in the lead by like 14 points, so that's a first place and a second place. So, not a bad if he has a good
Still
showing
doable.
tonight. Yeah. Do you recognize any of these names or anything so far that we've kind of gone through all these locations? Or
I recognize Conster.
okay.
Zero kill Conster.
The only one that's I think stood out only because we've seen his gameplay and him on top of the leaderboard so far is Dymide. I think there's 2 other locations we're going to hop over to that we have some gameplay footage to cycle through tonight with a lot more names I know that we've seen throughout the weeks, like these guys here. Again, kind of 1st through 3rd, all pretty close, giving everyone a chance to still kind of get some points or take over the lead there, but go to bed triggered. I mean, that man's put on a show for almost
I like his
every
name
week.
too.
Yeah, I mean,
And he's in first place. It's perfect.
It makes you smile, and every time we've seen him play and he gets a kill like on the cam, he's just kind of I feel like just rubbing it in just a
Yeah.
little bit more, which makes you laugh a little bit.
I can
So
see that.
Creamy, I know, has been doing a lot of work over there too. He's been putting on some big plays when we had a chance to watch him, and I feel like I've seen Chump a few times, but obviously being down at the bottom there, I don't know if he's had a chance to show up all the weeks or not, which is something to keep into consideration too, is because some of these guys that are showing up are, under 15. So we do have two
Definitely.
different divisions that they can compete in, which is pretty cool too. And then finally we got Colorado Springs. So Sisby, another name I kind of recognize throughout the weeks. I recognize Mindbender too, all kind of between first and fourth place there, within about 5 to 10 points. So I don't feel like anyone's in a place where
Nobody's secured it yet.
Exactly.
It's anybody's game still in Colorado.
The only place I feel like I wouldn't try to show up is Oakland.
Yeah.
Aside from Oakland, like everyone else has a fair chance, and this is always a fun location for me because I like the first place and the second place names. They've made me chuckle every week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got God.
And then creator of God.
Somehow still
Yeah.
still behind. I mean, they do say that sometimes the teacher or the student passes the teacher, so maybe that's the
what's
case
happening right there.
apparently. And then Wrecked, 17 points, maybe has a chance, but that's a little bit of a stretch apparently if God and the creator of God show up this week. So you never
Very
know.
true.
Like we said, guys, we got 2 more weeks after this week for you guys to show up and have a chance. 7 total different locations for you guys to enjoy yourselves. And that's just Tulsa. So pretty consistent spread as far as the points, I guess, going across. Again, the only big one being Oakland with 50. But it seems like first, third, second, third, all those in between, 40 and 30 points, I'd say.
Yeah, it's still up to grabs. Definitely.
Okay.
Just need to pop up.
So, I mean, if you're going into one of these events and you're sitting in one of those, 4th, 5th places like that, what's your kind of strategy with this new season and all these updates that they released?
I think it's all about mentality, just having the right mindset going into the game with your strategy, what you feel comfortable with, how you play. You might want to go into a spot that's not super aggressive,
Okay.
but somewhat you can contest, maybe get a few early kills and then rotate on to those wind transportation. I forgot the name what they are, but
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing is they've done a pretty good job of, I guess, keeping the map the same, but also making some few updates. I like that they put in a mall. One of my favorite things to do is go
retail row.
shopping. Yeah, so I
Yep.
love that. And it makes sense with the play on the name. And then
It
the big
does.
change with Tilted Towers, which everyone,
Very big.
that was huge. I wasn't.
It's overwhelming to land there the first time.
Right,
There's so
like-
many new buildings, so much new things to learn.
You get a little bit stressed when you land there because
You
you're
do.
you have to grow as a Fortnite character or player to want to land at Tilted anyways, and then now you land there and you're like, oh, I got to
Yeah.
start all over.
And nothing's familiar.
No,
Nothing.
not at all. And if I remember right, there's with the changes in the map and this update, like you said, with the slipstreams and the airstreams and everything, I think it's going to change the way people pick places to land because
sure.
now you can get it from retail or fatal almost completely all the
In
way
no
to
time.
volcano, like you said, instantly. So I'm excited for tonight, guys. Everyone, I mean, we've got God, creator of God, Chump, everyone that's been showing up. You guys have been huge this week, so we're excited to see a lot of gameplay footage, obviously, all night long. I just can't get over the fact they got rid of the pump. That's the biggest thing
Me
for me
neither.
right now.
It's going to be interesting also to see what people's loadouts are going to be.
Exactly, yeah.
The current meta, I feel like, is infantry rifle and a Tommy gun.
It makes sense. It really does.
Shotguns are just not consistent enough right now.
Unfortunately not, and that was, I feel like, the one thing that really spread the skill gap between players. Someone
For
that's
sure.
able to land a well-placed shotgun pump, one shot done, made a big difference when
I
you're
agree.
going up against multiple people. And now that other one that's introduced is
Yeah.
pump, just it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't give me that umph that
It really
the pump
doesn't.
did.
Not
so
at all.
I'm with you. I'm just getting the Tommy gun and spraying people down now because that 50 bullets seems to be the best thing.
It is.
We talked about it a little bit off stream. Grenades and clingers. How do you feel about that? I mean,
I feel like that should have never been switched. I've never been a fan of grenades ever in Fortnite. I remember them back in the day. I feel like grenades somehow they just always come through my one by one. They always slip through somehow. Always get me. But clingers are they're more controllable and also less random.
exactly.
So
And like you said, I liked that factor of clingers because you could control them. Now with the regular grenades, they can go anywhere, and it's almost like a grenade launcher again because you can spam those things if you're able
and
to
you
find
can stack 9 of them.
Exactly. 9 grenades to just blow up someone. You can't outbuild 9 grenades.
Can't. Not
if
at
we're
all.
playing duos and both people have a stack of them,
that's 18 grenades coming at you.
You're not getting away from that.
Not at all.
I'm really curious to see what strategy these guys employ because it's been pretty consistent, I'd say, for the past 3 seasons. This one, however, though, I think it's going to be a little bit more fast-paced because without that pump shotgun, you're not going to have as many opportunities to take people out as fast. So I feel like there's maybe going to be more gunfights or more reason to push people.
For sure.
I'm not sure, like, how with the slipstreams, people I feel like maybe are going to be able to get away too. So
that too. They can easily escape. They can also easily rotate on people. It's going to be interesting to see how people play with it. But we're here in game at Tulsa. It looks like he's going to the new mall in Retail Row.
Doing some shopping, and like you said, maybe you can just see on the map how many different slipstreams there are around for these guys to kind of move and maneuver their way through the map, and how many people landed at this new location.
And the fact this is a new location too, there's probably a ton of people that don't even know this map or area of the map already, so they're trying to figure it out. But he might have been studying it when Season 9 came out, so he's ready to pop off.
Yeah, and that's something that, like you said, is kind of something to, I guess, take into consideration. Is this is a hot drop being a new place here. It's losers round 2 here, and we're on board with it looks like NRG Hyper, so he's got to come back a little bit here being down 6 kills. So maybe part of a strategy that he's got to start racking them up fast. But
for sure,
again, being a new place and not knowing where any of the drops or the chests are, I'd be a little bit nervous coming here in a competitive environment like we are tonight at least.
Gets his first Elam right there.
And luckily he didn't take too much damage, but he's hurting a little bit now.
He has a decent loadout. He has a rift to go as well if he ever needs to. A quick escape or quick rotate. Has that tac shotgun, the best shotgun in the game at the moment. I can't believe I'm saying that.
It's definitely not something we thought we'd murmur at all.
Not at all. And takes 2 kills right there. Gets a med kit, thankfully.
And that could be the reason why it's one of the best shotguns right now. I mean, the speed that you're able to shoot and just have the, I guess the confidence in your shot with it is one thing.
And it also got a damage buff, so it is better than he was last season for sure.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that's so far what we've seen through a lot of the people like that have been playing Fortnite for a while or using these guns. Oh, chases this guy down. It should be an easy pickup here, but
ooh, gets flint knocked and gets taken out.
That's something that is hard to, I guess, combat right now as far as the damage goes, is that flint knock.
That's what I'm seeing a lot of pro players starting to use the flint knock right now, because if you get a headshot with that, it's 180 damage.
Oh, yeah.
That's the new shotgun, you could say.
Really, I mean, and we've seen, like you said, some of the big people right now, if you got a good aim on you with your mouse, that's lights out, and it has range, which is even deadlier too, because the shotguns right now, the range is kind of...
It's kind of weak.
Yeah.
Especially with the tac shotgun. The new shotgun has decent range, but the tac shotgun, not at all.
It's not. No, it's... You're pretty much done, and
for sure.
You better run away if you see someone that's got a better one than you right now, because I was watching Jack earlier, and he was trying to just see how far it could shoot people, and it was doing, 2-3 damage.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, yeah, this is...
Definitely not.
This is pointless.
Time to pull out the Tommy gun.
And just spray him down.
Yep.
And that's... I don't want to say, unfortunately, what we're going to see a lot of, because we saw some good flint shotgun and pistol shots right there, but I think we're going to see a lot more spraying tonight.
100%. There was some statistic that Epic Games released saying like 26% of the kills from everything was from pump shotguns. 26% of the kills, and they thought that was too much apparently. So that's the reason why they vaulted them.
What was? Do you remember, or did you see like what was the next used
no,
gun
I
or whatever?
Didn't. But I feel like they're just looking at the statistics wrong.
I feel like they are, yeah.
Like I don't think 26% is necessarily bad.
That's an F, bro. Like no
True.
no one was like, this guy's getting an F. We need to make sure that we remove that from the equation at all. Like obviously that's a good thing if it's being used more. And again, it just gives you more solidifying, just like with what we saw with the flint there. Being able to put that amount of damage into somebody's pretty good.
And it knocks you back. So if you're in a build battle and you decide to crouch so you don't get knocked back and you hit them, it might knock them off the structures. So
Bam.
it's a free,
So
easy elim.
that even helps too. So we're gonna hop into what I believe winners finals here. Maybe a little bit better of a spread because I think if I remember right, the last one we watched it was 6-0 in that spread. So a little bit hard to keep track of there. So one of the things to keep in mind is because it's a new season, there's going to be a lot of different things that we're going to see tonight, and I think a big change in the amount of kills too. I mean, we were seeing some games last week not even get up to 6 at all.
Yeah.
So the fact that someone had a game with 6 kills right off the bat is pretty big.
Especially if you go to the new locations where everybody's still exploring.
That's the biggest thing is, again, for you guys to have a LAN environment to hang out and play and watch Fortnite is huge. I mean, we're growing as our community here. I mean, you go downstairs and some of the new faces that show up and play, it's exciting to see why these guys are coming to compete and see what they're able to bring to the table when we watch these guys on the stream.
Definitely.
So, again, winners round 2 here, and two names I don't remember from the leaderboards, it looks like.
Me neither, and it looks like he's going to Lucky Landings, take a little maybe a little safer route, get his loot up, and then push people.
That's my strategy. I mean, I don't, with what we brought up with the slipstreams and being able to get around the map so far, I'm not going to be surprised to see people kind of stretch their landings a little bit more, and the only downside is or I guess depending on how you look at it, yeah, no one lands with him, and what a selection.
Okay, does not go for the RPG. I was kind of surprised at that. I personally would have probably gone for the RPG, but a gold scar is always nice. The best bloom of all ARs, you could be able to laser anybody.
Like you said, I like the splash damage of the RPG, and the fact that you just get that right off the bat definitely makes it a little bit easier, but maybe he's just a little bit more confident long-term with the gold scar there.
But yeah, he's going to be able to... Oh, there are some people near him. I hear some gunshots. He might go check that out.
Oh my goodness, a skull trooper?
And his edits are clean, so he definitely has a little bit of experience behind him. He's trying to make his way around as fast as he can, get some eyes on this guy. Biggest thing he's got to do right now is, I guess, find some shields so he doesn't feel so exposed here. But
definitely,
he doesn't know where this guy is at exactly, so now he's just got to try to really collect and get up the resources, and I'm surprised he's not snagging those nades there.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't found any shields either.
I mean, anytime I see those nades right now, I just love to spam them, so I'm snagging them as fast as I can.
And when you have 2 extra slots open, I mean, it's worth it.
It definitely makes sense, especially when we're going down to these later rounds with all the balls, being able to break those up. And again, it just goes back to being surprised that he didn't, I guess, grab those or grab that RPG right off the bat.
He did find he does find some minis. He also has a combat shotgun.
So stupid.
So it'll be interesting to see how he plays with it. Because I do believe if you're gonna use the new shotguns and use attack, you definitely need to like improve your strafing game and stuff like that, because you can't one pump anybody anymore. So bobbing and weaving and strafing is gonna be a lot more important than it used to be.
It brings a whole new style or strategy that these guys are definitely going to have to consider when they're trying to take people out, which is pretty cool considering, I guess, it is different and it's going to force some more styles or engagements that we haven't seen. But at the same time, man, I'm so sad that they got rid of the pump shotgun. It hurts my feelings so much.
It really does. It really does. I can't stop thinking about it.
It's haunting a lot of our nightmares, and I'm pretty sure that's why our other caster, Blindy, decided not to show up. You know, he woke up and he saw that we tagged him that the pump wasn't available, and he had a heart attack.
Yeah, unfortunately. So he wasn't able to show up.
And he had to be taken via hospital because he doesn't eat very well. He just eats Jack in the Box all day.
That's also very true.
Very true, yep.
It's just there's no pickles in his diet either. It just
none at all.
Doesn't work.
He hates pickles for some reason. Strange man. So, I mean, right now, not a whole lot he can really do here in this other aside than, you know, collect. I was gonna say I'm kind of curious to see if he decides to.
I respect that choice. Getting 200 shields.
Yeah.
And just he's also taking his time. There's no need to rush. His opponent's already out.
That's the biggest thing, is this round is pretty much his as long as he makes sure not to make, I guess, too much of a costly error. And he's got a little bit of time now to rotate, get some resources up here. being that his teammate or the guy that he's going against now is down, what are you doing in this position? I mean, he's got all the time in the world here, so.
Yeah, you got the entire game, so why not just loot up, get as many mats as you can, and then try to find the perfect fight that you can get an easy elim.
And he does only have to get one to, at least.
Be in the lead.
Right, and it looks like it's round 2, so.
Oh, okay.
Checking up on the boards here.
So he just needs 1 kill.
1 kill and he moves on. So I mean, I'm definitely making sure, like you said, popping that slurp, getting all the way to 200 shield, having all the resources in the world here as he fumbles and it's a little bit there. So something to take it. And
I would definitely take that. The bow is a very strong weapon at the moment.
RNG gods are just with him right now. I'll tell you
Look
what.
at that. Gold bow, gold scar, and a nice purple combat shotgun.
Has mobility now to get hopefully to one of those slipstreams. If I'm him, I'm maybe just kind of waiting by it and seeing if I can catch somebody with the bow, flying through or catch somebody off guard. But so far, he's just not really having to do anything aside from stay alive and not make any mistakes.
And looks like he's trying to fly the quad crasher, trying to get into zone.
Trying, keyword there.
Yep.
Trying. So far, not working out for him, but I've never really practiced with him. I've always found him super annoying, so I don't bother.
It's a little weird.
It takes a little bit of practice.
It's just the angle. You need to get the angle right.
I guess what I would really appreciate Fortnite to do instead of giving me all these, hoverboards and quads and all that, just make my character run faster. If it ran just a tad bit faster, I would be so much happier. But the cool part is he is able to at least get a little bit further on the map here. Again, I'm surprised he's not using the slipstreams though.
He might do it right now.
Let's fingers crossed. I want to see him use the new shotgun, use the new slipstreams, give us some actions for some things that we haven't seen so far.
They also removed some of the geysers, which is pretty sad. Geysers are one of my favorite things ever.
Especially if you got one of the redeploys.
Yep.
Which we haven't seen him lucky enough to come by, but with the slipstreams and everything, it's something that I'm keeping in my back pocket for sure.
And a small tip with the slipstream, if you actually dive up and down like a dolphin, you'll actually get a speed boost and travel a lot faster.
Ah, okay.
So
You actually brought up a really good point earlier about the new shotgun, a glitch that I think a lot of these guys that were watching tonight should know as far as if they land a headshot. What happened? Or
yeah, if you land a headshot for like 130, the next shots will all be 30.
no matter what.
No matter what, and that's just with a combat shotgun. So
Ah.
hopefully there'll be a hot fix for it soon, because
Fingers
that's rough.
crossed.
I think that's why a lot of players are using the tac shotgun over the new shotgun.
It makes sense because, I mean, only be able to get 30 on your second, and that's if you get a headshot too.
Yeah.
It's pretty dangerous, especially when it comes down to just a few damage there. And
For
you
sure.
hear someone behind him. I like the move there. An instant battle. He's gonna have to pull up both of
Gets
these
nice
guys
2
here.
tags on him right there. Gonna build for the high ground.
Shotgun.
Crank some 90s.
He's yelling it out, 90s, 90s, 90s. He's able to get the bow shot for 100 shield. Cranks one guy off. Is he able to finish the other guy, shooting him in the back? He's got to build these walls up to get him. Just not able to get any distance here between the two guys.
He's inside his one. Ooh, gets a nice shotgun shot there. Hits him front. Was there another 100 there?
It looked like it, so he's got to push this engagement knowing that this other guy's out here. Gets a second shot that connects, not sure for how much. He's going back for the finish and make sure he just gets it before he gets revived so he can
That's
at least
definitely the move. For
finish
sure.
this round off in the lead, yeah. And the other guy must know what's going on. He tries to come back to save his teammate here. He's not able to do anything much except really just reposition himself here, and I'm expecting maybe to at least pop off a mini, but
Nice. Gets that second elim right there.
to the chest and out of nowhere gets shot in the back. Luckily, though,
He
gets
did get
both
those.
elims.
Yeah,
So
that's awesome.
looks like it was at least a full another squad coming through there. So like we talked about, able to get the two elims there. Some clean edits, some build situations, a little bit of fumbling overall, but
For sure.
I mean, I'm pretty impressed, and he's moving on to winner's round, so kudos to him. Anything you saw that he should maybe fix there going into the next round at all?
That was definitely a risky move going into that guy's 1-by-1, having very low HP. I mean, one shotgun shot could have taken him out. I mean, it worked out in his favor, but I would have personally healed before going down there. He had a med kit, and he had 6 minis. So
That was my biggest thing, is he had the minis, the shield, and he was challenging that second guy, again, knowing that all he has to do is get one kill
Yep.
to move forward in the round.
And if he sees the revive, he has the scar too with the high ground. He could just spray them for a bit, try to pressure them.
Another thing, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Could have got some distance, make sure he was at least healed. I was surprised that there was 2 guys total there because I only caught the one guy in the slipstream. He turned around
Yeah,
real
me too.
quick, and then the second guy just like came out of nowhere, and I was like, all right, this is going to be interesting. But he kept it together, outbuild the first guy, landed a few tack shots
For
right
sure.
off the bat, which were nice to see. I think really helped put the guy down. But again, going in these situations where it's 1v2 or 1v4, you really got to try to take these guys out one by one. I mean, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, focus on one and then move on to the other.
So again, hopping right back on board here. Other guy's got the hot mic going on. He knows he's behind 2 kills now. If I'm Chris in this situation, I'm maybe not even changing my strategy because again, playing slow for him ended up working out. And it really made sure that he had one of the best setups we've seen right off the bat. I mean, the RNG gods were in his favor last game for sure.
For sure, and it looks like he's actually, that's what he's doing. He's landing by this pirate camp.
Don't do that.
There's actually, I think there's a baller spawn in there, and there's actually a decent amount of loot here, so I actually really like what he's doing here.
I was going to say not one of the most popular places to land, but it for sure at least usually has 1 or 2 chests no matter what. And it's a little bit out of the way, which, bam, there he goes, a jump pad. So that's going to be helpful. Has a cannon. Like you said, if he gets lucky and gets the baller spawn, that's going to be helpful too. So he's going to have a lot of mobility and a okay setup so far. I think the only thing we could ask for him to maybe get a better gun on is the tack shotgun overall. But aside from that, he's looking pretty good.
And he did get a baller there. He's also near Pleasant Park, and I think he dropped out of the plane pretty early, so there's probably some people there that he could potentially rotate to if he wanted to. Ooh, he gets the Tommy gun, a blue one too. See, he even dropped his AR. There's no point for an AR anymore when you have a Tommy gun.
I mean, especially because he has the snipers, I guess I'm going to say I'm not as surprised there. I would expect him maybe to keep it, but like you said, just because the Tommy gun mid to close range is just so deadly.
Yeah.
And almost all the engagements you get in Fortnite nowadays
are mid to close range combat.
Unfortunately, so.
Yep.
I mean, you rarely see anyone unless they're playing for a far off rotation in game getting, you know, AR kills. It's all about shotgun and spraying right now.
And he has that sniper if he sees anybody long distance that he can go for a quick sniper shot or something like that.
And I couldn't tell if it was shots near him or if it was the other player, but I did hear some, it looks like AK shots going off. So, like you called out, maybe he finds some people making the rotations. He steals some old builds.
Ooh, gets a nice snipe shot there.
Oh my, Lanta. Hopefully
build
he's able
up
to
to
finish
him.
this guy off.
And try to thirst him.
Looks like his teammate might be shooting him in the back here, so he has a little bit of time to... Okay.
Oh, he drops the tac shotgun. Interesting.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise there, maybe just because of the damage difference being blue, but he's getting beamed maybe from...
I think it was from that sky base up there.
I was going to say, yeah, a little bit hard to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Takes the time to hopefully line up the headshot. This guy is just standing out in the middle of nowhere.
And a nice shot by Chris right there.
He's even surprised. He's like, no, I shouldn't have hit this right now. He's hyped up. He's getting everybody at the locations all excited. I mean, the first one I'm more impressed with overall. That was a clean knock right off the bat. Now, again, being up 2 kills, trying to get this third party that's coming in here to finish him off.
Gets a nice little shot there, but unfortunately gets taken out.
And that was actually really important for me to see there. He got outshot by a green tack.
Yeah.
So he had the purple one, which, again, I want to say is like 15, 17 more damage, but obviously the tac shotgun just more, I guess, consistent or reliable overall right now.
Yeah, and the spread is a little bit bigger, so it's a lot harder to actually miss your shot at all.
So I'm bad with missing my tac shots. Pump, again, you had to remove my pump shotgun Fortnite. Why? Oh, why? But
definitely,
I'm terrible with the tac, so I'm almost pulling out the Tommy gun every single time, or
for sure
the rocket launcher.
That's what I'm doing right now. Tommy gun.
What about the bow? Do you think the bow's gonna get less play or love now with the Tommy gun?
No, I think the bow has equal. I think the bow, Tommy gun, an infantry rifle. If you have those 3 weapons, you're set. You don't need anything else.
That's my big thing. Is I feel like I'm really surprised they didn't mess with the bow at all. I feel like that was the one gun I was expecting maybe them to fiddle with a little bit?
I think it's coming.
You think
I
it's
think
coming?
it's
Okay.
yeah. There's been a lot of complaint about the bow being a little too strong because it's an easy weapon to use and it tags
yeah.
you for 100 and there's splash damage.
That's the biggest thing. Splash damage.
Yep.
And the ease of use is just, it's by far way easier to use than a sniper.
Yep.
So the skill level when you get someone that's coming at you with the bow, it's more annoying than seeing a soccer skin for me right now.
It's
It
really
is.
useful in competitive Fortnite for sure.
Now, would you be mad if they took the bow and vaulted the bow but gave you back the pump?
No, not at all.
You're like,
I would love that.
You're like, vault anything for the pump.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the Tommy gun. Please take the Tommy gun out.
I want to hear from the people in chat and the strategy, like, why the Tommy gun? I'm mind blown. Like, why?
And the people voted it back.
Like, what were
Why?
you guys thinking? I mean, we had the SMG you could have gotten rid of.
Yeah.
I mean,
there was the you can.
the
Thankfully,
P90.
nobody picked the sword.
Okay.
That would have been terrible. There was the bouncers. I think it was attack SMG. What else was there? There was something else. I forgot what.
I think
or
there
was
was
it
one
just-
thing on the voting board, but it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, get rid of the ballers, get rid of anything else but the pump, and you guys broke all of our hearts in the competitive scene. So much hate to you right now, Fortnite, but much love because you guys are keeping us entertained. So
For sure.
I think we're going to another round right now. Is it round 3? So a little bit exciting here because it's finally getting down to the different, I guess, brackets of skill that we're going to see. I think
For sure.
the games are going to be a lot closer. Unfortunately, it was kind of one-sided there. His opponent died pretty quick each map, so he didn't really have to do too much, but still picked up 2 kills each
Yeah,
round.
and
so
got those nice snipes. Those 2 nice snipes.
that's the biggest thing. I mean,
For
that's going
sure.
to be a highlight clip that we're going to watch later tonight for sure, is those clean pop flick sniper
Yeah, but
shots.
yours is probably better.
So he's feeling good about himself. I mean, going into a game where you're able to, I guess, win so decisively like that gives you a little bit of a momentum, I feel like.
Oh my God.
Definitely. This is actually a pretty interesting drop. He's going to the racetrack, which is probably not going to be contested at all. But he is close to, I don't think it's called Retail Row anymore, but he is close to Retail Row. So he could go to Retail Row after looting this place up and tax that guy for 24 in the air. Unfortunately, did get away.
I like his idea of taking those shots just to maybe practice or see what he can do since the guy's floating there.
And sometimes you might get him, you know?
Exactly. The biggest thing is I happen to catch in my corner of my eye, there is a guy on the left side of where he landed, so he'll
Jeremiah.
maybe have some company here pretty quick. And his loadouts,
AK hunting.
yeah, he's not
He
Huh?
drops the hunting for the flint knock. I respect that.
the one-shot headshot damage is just okay. There we go. So I was gonna say double deagles. You're not turning that down against the AKs at all.
So he got dualies and a flint knock. He drops the AK. I would have kept the AK just because you have an extra slot, but he did get a big pot.
I mean, that's with the changes in Fortnite recently with heals and the way the in-game works now. It's definitely surprising that I guess they haven't done anything with heals. Like, I guess maybe made an extra slot specifically for shields or bandages or something, because I like seeing, or I liked the gameplay footage a few weeks back when we were seeing guys carry so many different offensive weapons. You know, when they don't have to worry
Definitely.
about healing, I feel like we get a lot more exciting matches.
Yeah,
but
when they got rid of Siphon. Yeah, where you
yeah.
get 50 health and you get mass per kills.
But he feels like John Wick 3, I think, here. He's got the double deagles. He's just going to run straight at this guy and hopefully do something fancy with this flick knot pistol, I think.
And speaking about John Wick, they actually added John Wick's
How many
house
kills you got?
Did they now?
into Fortnite.
Okay, so that was
Yeah,
one of the recent
it's,
updates?
it's he's actually pretty close to it.
Okay.
It's near Pleasant Park. Not Pleasant Park, I mean Paradise Palm.
'Cause there was
Uh-huh.
at least
Sorry, I'm just at a loss for words because I wasn't sure what these two guys were doing. They just kind of
Ooh,
let
gets a
him,
nice knock right there.
let him double deagle him right in the back. Hopefully he's going to get the second kill. I'm pretty sure he's got the skill set to take these guys out as he outbuilds them here.
He feels pretty confident. He got that flint knock too. Unfortunately, misses the flint knock, but he's out of ammo completely and everything and out of mats. So he get caught off guard right here.
This should be an easy cleanup for the guy with the new shotgun here. And just, again, not knowing that his double deagles weren't reloaded, being a little bit cheeky, trying to be fancy with that flint knock, ended up costing him there.
That's where the AK maybe with the extra spot might have been useful to switch into that because he ran out of ammo on both weapons there.
So now we're going to hop on board with, I'm just going to call him, what is it? I don't want to say 4x4 because I feel like I'm maybe leaving out his real name, but
True.
I don't know what CO stands for. So I'm just going to, I guess we have to call him the full name, but it's so long, CO 4x4.
We just call him CO.
There we go, CO. So unfortunately just getting pummeled from above here and not able to do much about that at all, but I'm trying to watch in the replays, not a whole lot he was able to do there. Didn't have the best loadout. Both guys kind of getting caught off guard there, so, or maybe not,
Yep.
again, the best strategy to run at both guys. He had the positioning too, and neither of them knew he was there, so I was surprised that he wasn't able to take out the second guy for sure.
Yeah, in the first fight, I would have stayed up there for sure when you were on that ramp because you
Mm-hmm.
did have the high ground there. You could have flint knocked him maybe possibly from there, but he did go for those style points, which I will give him credit for that.
Kudos for the style points, my man, but I think that round ended 0-0, so we're going to run it back on that one for sure. Style points don't take home the victories, and they definitely don't get you a ticket to E3, but they
get clips.
They get clips. They get a lot of hype from us. So if you like hype from us, we're going to give you a lot of love. But, I mean, I'd want that trip to E3. I mean, to be able to go
I agree with you on that.
compete and hang out, that's pretty cool. So
That's awesome.
I'm going to leave it to the guys in chat to decide what would you guys do. You guys want some more style points? I mean, we are trying to keep you guys entertained, so that's something to consider. I mean, that's probably one of my favorite parts about the flint knock pistol being introduced is the different ways you can use it offensively and defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him there. I'm surprised he didn't actually try to shoot the guy, or maybe he did, but it looked like he was trying to bounce back and maybe gain some distance, and then just didn't realize he was out of materials for the build. So,
Definitely.
running it back here right on board, looks like he's going back to the exact same spot. So maybe he has 2 or 3 spots that he's kind of familiar with here, depending on the path of the bus that he's taken.
For sure, everybody has their own drop spot. There maybe like 1 or 2 favorite locations they like going, depending on what style of game they're trying to play.
Okay.
So this is probably his go-to spot when he's competing.
Yeah. And with the update, I feel like I'm just so drawn to check out the new locations that's where I want to go. So I'm a little bit surprised that they aren't as well, but I respect the decision to avoid them because you're going to run into a lot of people right off the bat.
And it's also maybe a lot of unknown territory for them. So like navigating through like the new Neo Tilted is going to be incredibly hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just knowing where to turn to get into a door, and unfortunately CO going down. So if you're Chris here, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. He's got a grenade launcher, 2 shields.
Rift to go.
I'm surprised they left, now that I think about it, I'm surprised they left the grenade launcher in with all the updates. I'm thinking that would have been something they would have maybe vaulted.
Yeah, I'm surprised the RPG and the grenade launcher have not been touched at all. That's actually a good point.
I mean, we talked about with being able to 9-stack grenades. It maybe makes a little sense to touch them here, but I like their idea of wanting to try to fiddle with shotguns, but the fact that they just got rid of the pump has made so many of us heartbroken this weekend that we're going to go get pints of ice cream right after the stream and just cry our hearts out.
And that's all I see on social media is rip pump, rip pump.
It ended so many of our fantasies of just being married to it one day. They took it and they locked it away. It's like one of those Disney movies. We're just waiting for it to come back. And
Especially the gold spaz.
what if they never bring it back? Oh my goodness.
God, knowing Epic.
They'd want to troll us like that just
I
for a
mean,
little while.
But there's a little bit of hope. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the loading screen of Fortnite in Season 9. There's a guy standing with a heavy shotgun. So the heavy shotgun might possibly come back. It's not a pump, though. But
It's not a pump, but I
it
like the
is
heavy
a good
shotgun.
alternative, for sure.
I guess that's going to be the long-term question that we're going to have to ask chat here then, because that's something to think about. One of them is going to have to go and one of them is going to have to stay. Because they're going to keep a
True.
shotgun in Fortnite for sure.
They can't have 3 shotguns. 3 shotguns is a little too much.
Right?
I feel they did that once, and they just, no.
It felt like a little bit too many, especially again because there's only so many slots of weapons that you can have. So you have, I already know what your answer is going to be, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip the chat. But again, you have the heavy, the tac, and now the new one. It really comes down to me. Maybe I've just not fiddled with this new one that much, but again, pump and heavy, those are the ones I'm going to go with.
For sure. Those are my 2 favorite shotguns, definitely. And, I mean, personally, I wish they just vaulted for this update, personally, I would just wish they vaulted the tack and let the new shotgun be in and kept the pumps in.
Makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious for them to get rid of explodes altogether. For some reason,
I'm with that.
Yeah, they seem to want to always have one in the game, and it doesn't. I'm kind of curious as to why, because they remove one because people complain, but they introduce a whole new one, like they did with the egg launchers and the grenade launchers and the clingers and the grenades, and now they have stink bombs. At what point do they just get rid of the explodes? Not that I'm not completely against them, but if you have the bow and you have the rocket launcher, I don't want to have to run away from a grenade launcher and regular nades.
Dynamites, clingers, just especially now with the grenades and like I've been playing arena mode lately, and like some duo teams are running 18 nades altogether.
It makes sense. I don't blame them.
Yeah,
but,
and then in the end game, it just all comes raining down on you, and just like there's nothing I can do.
Which, I mean, we haven't seen that yet tonight, but how much of a factor do you think that's going to be going into some of these in circles? Are these new nades? I mean, do you think a lot of players are? Because, I mean, for me, I'm thinking that's one thing I'm hunting for is nades going for those final circles.
For sure, I think any explosive at all is super useful in the end game. If you have the high ground and you can throw it all down on every player down there, you're at least guaranteed a kill or two.
I mean, in my head, I'm picturing back to like last week before these updates with the World Cup qualifiers and all of that. You catch these guys building up high in the sky nets, down low in the ballers. One or two of those nades is taking off their shields, and you catch a lot of these guys that are already running around just trying to recuperate anyway. A nade's taking them out, and now you have 8 of them to destroy all of those builds, bring everybody down to the single floor. You're king of the high ground then if you have nades at that point too.
For sure.
So.
It's a very common strategy, especially the RPG. People love the RPG at high ground because you can easily control where the RPG goes, and it's extremely strong.
Oh yeah, being able to just shoot around an angle or a corner and still get that explode or that splash damage on somebody is so helpful. And I was just about to call out, I hope he uses the Rift soon just to give us a little bit of action here, because again, 2 rounds in a row, they've gone out pretty quick, so we haven't seen a whole lot here.
And there's only 32 people remaining in pubs. People usually drop pretty quick, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's 32 people with the circle still as big as it is pretty surprising here. So he's got to get there quick, but at the same time, I guess he doesn't, because he does only have to get, 1 kill to move forward here.
Yep.
So.
And he does have ballers, so he can easily rotate across the map anywhere. You can also take the baller into the wind transportation if he wanted to.
Okay, so that's actually something I haven't played with. Does the wind blow the ball around?
All vehicles. It even takes rockets.
So you could rocket ride.
You can shoot a rocket in there, and the rocket will just travel with the wind.
Huh.
So if you're lucky, you might hit someone.
That is going to be my goal tonight when I get home. I'm just going to run around, grab rockets, and just launch them in there.
I want to see that.
Oh, you're going to see it, my man. Just Rocket Central coming from Pap C here.
I want to see somebody take a cannon in there.
One of these. So now I'm wondering if you could shoot all these, like you said, the cannons, the grenade launchers. There's a lot of nonsense that these slipstreams are going to cause. For sure. I guess, again, my biggest complaint with Fortnite, which has been solved recently with the geysers that you brought up, has always been mobility. I feel like you move pretty slow when you're trying to get around the Fortnite map. And the slipstreams, I feel like, are really going to solve that problem right now.
And especially on the north side of the map, there is so much mobility on the north side. There's a ton of baller spawns. The geysers are still there. There's cannons there. Then they have those wind transportation too, the slipstreams.
It looks like he's trying to get a little bit of trigger action here to get some free aim assist.
Ooh, tag someone for 100, knocks him down too. Let's hope one of these rockets can finish him off.
That's exactly what you need. It looks like the other guy's trying to build out, hopefully take him off before he can get the finish.
And he gets it.
And now all he's got to do is basically extend this lead here, but he's got the one finish for sure. So he's moving forward here, building for the high ground, getting solidified here, pulls out the shotgun, not able to get any sights on the guy, unfortunately, but now pulling out the double deagles. He's going for the finish.
He's going into his box again and gets a nice knockdown there. He's going to finish him off. He still has a ton of minis, so if he can heal up right after this fight too. His teammate pulls up. And I like that he's using the tack.
It makes the most sense right now. Just it seems to be the most consistent shotgun right now, unfortunately, in
For
Fortnite.
sure.
So only sucky part is he just has a great one, which isn't his friend right now. But I like the idea of buying some time. Guy comes in his box, is able to get the one shield off.
And he gets a nice 120 headshot.
If he had a better shotgun, maybe a little bit easier of a situation there. But
For sure.
I'm sweating for him because those are some clean builds and some clean shots to make sure he comes out of those gunfights there a winner.
The pump shotgun would have done that in one shot, just saying. Just saying.
Nope, you're not going to have to do any convincing for me, my man. I am begging Fortnite all night, all week, as long as it takes for them to bring back our beloved pump.
Definitely. And another thing, I see he does have a trap. He could have also placed that trap in before he broke all the way through.
That's something I guess I was surprised that they got rid of was the poison traps, but
Yeah.
it makes, I guess, a little bit of sense. Hopefully, they're wanting to maybe just speed up the overall game, maybe not rely on that small tick damage that people have been getting, because it really only comes to play in the final circles when the storm or someone and you're trying to kind of keep them out of a box, like you said, really buying more time.
I saw a huge play by Mr. Savage M. He was in the late game. He jumped out and went into the storm and placed a what's it called, dart trap?
Okay.
Yeah, and then as soon as the circle was rotating towards that, it would hit everyone on low ground.
Nice. Okay.
So
perfect timing. Yeah.
200 IQ play.
Right, and that's some of the things that I guess we have to really take the time to think about what might change or what we might enjoy when they make these changes. I just don't understand the pump one so far. So I'll give Fortnite a little bit of wiggle room here, but so far they've hurt my feelings. And
I think they've hurt 99% of people's feelings.
so I like the idea, though, of his setup so far with the shotgun, the new... hopefully, again, these slipstreams being introduced here is able to get him around the map here and find some more kills. But, again, being in Winners Round 3 with 2 kills here, he's not in a bad place. And it seems like we're finding a lot of people just standing out in the open right now, maybe just checking out the scenery, saying, hey, look at what's new, catching people off guard.
Definitely, and he did spot a person up there, so it looks like he's going to go push them.
What a
Easily.
beautiful
Oh, but he
landing
hits one of those, like, fans. There's, like, fans up there that shoot you off. That's unfortunate.
I was about to say, what a beautiful landing. Hopefully he was going to land that headshot and be able to take over that build and get some control on the high ground there. But now he's got to completely regain himself. Luckily hit that airstream so he doesn't take any fall damage overall. But he's going to waste a lot of mats kind of regaining this ground here.
Definitely, but he wants that fight. He's going back up.
And I don't think these other guys are really going to expect him making this push here. It looks like they're focused on somebody else. So he's got a second opportunity, catches both guys off guard, wins the high ground
They don't
here.
even see him.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Is he gonna get the trap? He did trap someone there for 150, it looks like. And he does finish him off with a nice shotgun to the face.
Fumbling the edits a little bit here, re-grenades the high ground, hopefully lands his second headshot here. Like you said, he's in the position he needs to be, and this guy's trying to crawl away. You're not going anywhere right now, sir.
I would definitely heal up now if I was him. Drink a few minis. You have the high ground. You finished your kill.
Again, just not taking the time he needs to, like you said, heal up and really position himself, letting this other guy hopefully not get the high ground that he's trying to build. Guy's trying to take shots on him. He pulls out the shotgun, and now someone's trying to land on him to outtake his build.
Is he going to get another trap? No, unfortunately not. He was a little too late on that. But he did lose the high ground. Still, I would still go for the heals right now while the other guys are dueling it out. And they're going to be reaching a max height here pretty soon because they're pretty high up right now. Ooh, nice knock right there.
He does have the slipstreams right behind, which it looks like the other player took advantage of as well. And now
he's gonna go for it. He wants to finish.
He might as well. This other guy's
But his builds got broken down.
The height. I mean, you got to know sometimes where you're at in the situation. Not having any redeploys there, not being able to far enough to jump into one of those streams. I mean, I really want to see now if that guy was able to make it way at the bottom, because
for sure
that's huge. I mean, not being able to get that clean up there. If he was in maybe round 1 or round 2, that makes a difference. Luckily, he's in round 3 up, what, 3-4 kills, so it doesn't affect him too much there. But
definitely,
overall, great builds, some 90s. The edits were a little bit fumbled there at the end, like you called out. Really take the time to pop off those minis and heal up there.
Yeah, make sure to heal, get settled.
He just, I guess, maybe wanted to push the action too much, or at the end of the day, I guess if I'm in that situation, I go, hey, I'm already moving on to the next round.
True. There's not much stress to it.
Take me out, whatever. Let's go, move on. I want to take home that money
For sure.
because that's something we talked about a little bit at the beginning of the night is, first and second place at each location gets a chance at the end of the season to be in a tournament for a chance to go to E3. However, every night, if you're the winner at each location, you get to take home some prizes and some swag. So
That's
that's pretty big.
especially if you want to take gaming seriously or like want to try to make a name for yourself, showing up, try to get first, second place, go to E3. That's
big.
That's a big start to your career.
So we're hopping on board. Winners round 2 here in Spokane, and our boy Go to Bed Triggered, who we called out earlier with the awesome name. This is going to be a hype match because both guys are going into the game, it looks like, tied here. 4 kills, round 2. So the pressure's on here. A little bit of a closer matchup, I guess, between the players. So this is going to be exciting to see here.
Gets a big pot there, so he's able to get close to 200 shields. And he has 2 Rift to goes. So his setup is almost perfect.
He's got all the, I guess, utilities as he gets pushed here. Hopefully able to collect himself and gets popped in the back.
He gets sniped. He Rifts to go. I like that. He decides, you know what? There's too many people here. I got sniped, lost all my shield. I mean, even though he could probably take them out, it's just risky with that low health and everything.
Oh no, this is the perfect place here because, again, being that the players are tied here, he really, like you said, needs to take the time to collect himself, find some shields, at least try to pick up 1 or 2 kills and finish him off before he gets taken out in this situation here.
For sure, and it looks like he's going for the airdrop, which might have some heals for him.
And the fact that he still has 1 more Rift to go is going to be so key so he can get out of any situation if he needs to here. And unfortunately doesn't get any shields.
Yeah, that was, and he already had a scar too, so that wasn't a really good airdrop at all. And he's getting sniped from people, from Dusty, so he's going to just use the other Rift.
And unfortunately, he's in a tough spot here because I just happened to look down in the corner. 8 people left, my man, so he's not got a lot of whole room to work with as far as the map goes. I don't blame him just trying to get off this med kit. It's not like he has a lot of places to kind of now go loot or try to find shields. It's really about killing people and, I guess, taking them off their bodies.
Definitely, and there was a purple vending machine near the little like house there, so I wonder if he's gonna go for that. But it looks like he's gonna be pulled up on. He's gonna try to take the high ground right here. You gotta be careful too. You can't build close to the slipstreams, otherwise you might be sucked in, or just it doesn't let you build there at all.
And right now he's just trying to collect himself, really just making sure that he can do anything he can to stay alive. But guy comes into his box and unfortunately just he's a little bit upset about that because those guys were just
all of them were pressuring him with a Tommy gun, and the other guy was on top trying to shotgun him, replacing his builds. That was unfortunate.
Like you said, we hate the Tommy gun. That's the reason why we hate the Tommy gun.
Spray meta.
Unfortunately so, and those guys just relentless.
And especially in squads and duos, because if you have a teammate that can also back you up with another Tommy gun,
oh yeah, I mean
you're unstoppable.
And we didn't see, luckily, 2 guys spray at him there, but we saw that exact strategy of one guy using the meta, spray in, one guy glitch in, or basically phase in once that wall's not getting in. And now you're face to face with someone that's basically trying to build, and you have your gun out.
Yep.
Sorry, Go to Bed Triggered, but unfortunately, he's the one that's a little bit salty there.
It's just difficult.
Unfortunately, but kudos, because anyone that goes into a situation 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, and you come out the victor, that in itself is a victory because we know how easy it is, again, being up a person in Fortnite. You have no idea how many times I've driven to my friend's house and smashed his keyboard because we lost a 2v1 situation. So I get pretty upset about that.
No, yeah, I understand that feeling too, completely, especially in like a very competitive late game.
But I've learned to be a little bit more accepting of the Fortnite I guess, late game situations that you just have no control over. But
Yep.
I don't let my teammates, and even myself, I've unfortunately had to take my fair share of beatings by dropping some 2v1 situations. But it happens. The best of
It
us,
does. It does.
we try to make those flintlock cheeky plays like the guy did earlier.
For sure.
So, hopping right back on board here again, kind of a replay here because no one went away with any finishes there. So all tied up in round 2, 4v4 here. I'm not surprised by the play again. I expect to see more people landing a little bit further out because of the slipstreams, but Long Barn, he's not going to have a whole lot of chances to get weapons here.
It does have that forest nearby too, which does have some loot spawns as well, so he could rotate there right after. He does want a big pot, which is huge. And that sniper can kind of be nice too. I mean, we saw those guys land, a couple guys land in Fatal too, so he might be able to see a few people to pick off.
And it gives him a little bit of space to basically what we saw so far, gain a little bit of room, make sure he's not pressured too much here. But so far, no matter what Fortnite does about it, shotguns are going to stay in this game. I mean, shotguns and SMGs, close range combat in Fortnite is so big. He's got a little bit of time to rotate here and collect himself. I don't know a whole lot about the other guy that he's going up against. Haven't seen him on stream a whole lot. Knowing the skill level go to bed trigger, I'm kind of playing more passive here, just letting my opponent make the mistakes and seeing what happens. But he had at
Gets
least
another
a few teams
sniper.
land next to him.
Yeah,
so.
he did. Unfortunately, he's not getting super lucky with his loot, even though like having snipers are nice. But you don't necessarily want 2 snipers. He sees a guy standing kind of still right there, farming up. He's gonna try to line up a shot.
He's got to hit it and knock him down real quick to be able to make that finish. Again, the loot or the setup that he has right now is not in his favor.
Oh, he spotted a gold vending machine there. It's a GL, heavy sniper, and a deagle. Yeah, I'd definitely go with the GL for sure. Even though the heavy sniper's tempting, that is probably one of my favorite weapons ever. Just because it's so devastating when you hit somebody. Even body doing 150, but he did get spotted.
And that's what's going to be tricky now because he's kind of exposed himself in a situation where he doesn't have eyes on them where they can kind of build out over him now. He doesn't have a lot of materials. He's got 7 walls to work with here.
Oh, he gets a
like
nice
the
tags.
shots, yeah.
And he is near a slipstream, so he can easily just back out if he wanted to. He has plenty of mats to build up to it.
And the cornfield kind of working in his favor here with those grenade launchers. Hopefully these guys aren't able to see exactly where they're exploding. They're randomly throwing stink nades, hopefully to flush him out as he catches one guy off guard with the spray.
40.
And unfortunately takes a shotgun shot there to the back. He's really got to catch these guys off
Gets a
guard.
knock.
Whew. Hopefully he's able to clean up this second guy here. I like that he's able to pop these shields just hiding in the grass here in the cornfield. Is he able to get the finish, clean him up?
Spots out the other second guy.
And I just caught out of the corner of my eye his opponent. Daddy has unfortunately got 2 kills, so he's got to make sure to get this clean and finish, and he does.
He does get those 2 kills. That was really well played. I liked how he used the cornfields in his favor because he didn't have those mats or necessarily the best weapons either. So just like kind of just playing with them, like, hiding in the cornfield, unloading those rockets on them.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that he was able to get out of that situation with now seeing what these guns that these guys had, I'm really impressed that they didn't take him out because the green tack, the scar, they had all the utensils, the mats. I mean, he was really, like you said, good about utilizing his environment and taking advantage of that. Because if he didn't, he's walking away in a situation where now he's given the win over to Daddy because he's still chasing a kill now. And I'm hoping maybe we can see what happened with Insidious Daddy over there because he picked up 3 kills really quick.
He did. Yeah. You can obviously tell you're a good player if you can use your environment to your advantage, like what he did there.
It's something that unfortunately I don't think we see happen all that often with Fortnite because luckily we as Fortnite players get to build our environment. I mean, that's the best part about the game. But I'm one of those players where, especially in an in-game where there's a mountain or a hill or something where you don't have to necessarily give away your location. I'm really surprised I don't see that happen more often, but I think it's because the ballers have become so big in the game. But I remember in the early seasons, you would see players legit just hide on the side of a hill
You
and
would.
not build at all
I
because
remember those days.
why build a giant 1x1 and let everyone know, hey, come fight me here if I can just
Yep.
hide over here and, let everyone else do all the hard work.
And now it's becoming very much the opposite.
Exactly, right?
Now it's like, I'm going to build the biggest metal structure I can in the end game.
Season 9, bring back the Bush Wookiee.
That's actually a really useful item in the game, the bush.
Oh, I guess surprised that they allowed it to take a hit and take damage.
I love that.
It makes sense because
It does.
before that it was kind of useless.
It was just a meme.
Oh, it really was. Like,
Yeah.
why is this giant
And why is it
bush,
gold?
right? Like running around. Like, there's no point in it at all aside from really sitting still.
Looks
And
like he spots some players there. He's going to try to third party, hit some snipes.
luckily, I like the fact that he has the science one, so these guys he hopefully catch him off guard. Being a little bit too quick with the aims, catches that guy sitting still and just doesn't line
moves
it up
last
in
minute.
time. I like the fact that he's able to third party here, and none of these guys know exactly where he's coming from.
He has that scar too.
1 or 2 shots after he connects with one of these is going to put these guys down real quick, but it looks like finally that gunfight might be over now, so he's going to have all of these guys focused in on him. Both guys trying to take shots with the sniper here. Connects with 72, so this guy's got to heal up and buys him a little bit of time as he connects with
And
3
lasers
shots
him.
there.
You got to be careful too, because the enemy does have snipers as well, and you never know. Oh, there comes the SMG sprays, the spray meta. Gets mythed there. He's going for the high ground, but unfortunately he's out of mats, so he's gonna have to try to thirst that kill, so he can get some few mats. And he's a launch pad. He could technically just run away if he wanted to right now.
It's definitely not a bad idea because I did hear a trap go down, so he's got to be wary of that. And at the same time, like you said, he's only chasing 1 kill right now, so not in the worst case scenario since he still has 31 shield. This guy does have the height advantage now.
Bringing up the Tommy gun.
I like it.
And he's low on mats.
That's probably, the guy builds right down on
Ooh,
top of
and
him, but
Gets the nice shotgun shot.
that's a common theme that we're seeing so far tonight, coming into people's boxes, the builds, the shotgun fights. I think we're going to see a lot more of that with the spray meta because that's
For sure.
one of the easiest ways to get in. Just unload the Tommy gun.
W key.
Between that and the heavy shotgun, there's not much that you cannot use now to get through a wall on somebody.
For sure.
So.
No, yeah, his loadout is perfect. The only thing he's missing is shields.
Exactly. I mean, he got all the mats out of that he could definitely ask for. Like you said, shields he's looking for. And the biggest thing that I saw there is he took back the lead. So he was chasing for the longest time here for a while, 1 kill. Now he's up 1 kill. And Daddy is now down. So I believe there's going to be a round 3 between these gentlemen here. But if you're triggered, this is the situation you want to be. You took back the lead. Now there's 20 people left. Final 2-3 circles here on the board to start stacking up some points for yourself here. So he's sitting in a really good spot right now, and he's even rocking our favorite pickaxe since we got him in the studio. So our boy Go to Bed Trigger is a fan of the stream. I'm sure we can tell.
And after those 2 kills too, he got a ton of mats, so he doesn't have to worry about farming too much.
No, he's set up for sure. I mean, I think that's, to be honest with you, one of my favorite things about Fortnite is just spending time farming. But there's nothing more I hate than when I'm spending my time just doing my own thing, chopping down a tree, and getting shot in the back. It's like, can't you just let me enjoy myself over here with my nice little wood pickaxe or my fancy little unicorn that spreads sprinkles and love and joy? And they just want to ruin that. So
Have you seen the new dual-wield axes as a pickaxe?
I have.
Those made farming fun again.
It makes
I'm not
me feel
even
like
kidding.
a true
It's so much
lumberjack.
fun.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just swinging those both axes is a whole new feeling.
It almost makes you seem like you're chopping stuff down faster, too. Is what
It does, even
yeah.
though you're not.
Which is a little bit sad.
Oh, he lasers that guy. He hits him for white. He debated about chasing him.
catches him hanging.
Gotta hide those toes, man. You can't just hide behind a tree like that.
I thought the guy definitely flew a lot further away. His teammate comes in for the save, builds the 1x1. Hopefully able to get the high ground here to stop Go to Bed Trigger, but Trigger's on the hunt here. He wants the finish. Catches the headshots with the Tommy gun here. he's winning this gunfight. Catches
For
this guy
sure.
with the spray
Has high
meta.
ground and with the Tommy gun, there's just no way. And breaking down his structure would be pretty hard too because he's building with metal.
Takes the time to make sure he's not getting shot in the back. Hopefully wins this wall battle, which he does. Wins the edit. Catches the guy off guard in the back. And there you go to bed. Trigger up 2 more kills to extend this lead now by, I believe, 3 totals. So going into round 3 up 3 kills is huge. And again, we see what we've been thinking so far is that the tac shotgun is the one to go to because he leaves the gold one behind, which
I completely agree with him. I
100%,
would
yep.
the tac shotgun every day over the combat shotgun, even though it's new and you want to play with it because you feel like maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe there's something nobody has really figured out the gun yet, but
Right.
I don't think that's the case.
So we are getting asked in chat kind of what's going on, what this stream is, how can they compete or participate. To let you guys know, we the casters are in the one of the flagship, the Orange County locations, so they can broadcast us and we can keep you guys entertained. But they have 7 total different locations which you guys can show up and participate in. If you're a fan of Fortnite, it is Fortnite Fridays. I believe it's $15 to get you in. There's 2 different brackets. If you're 15 and under and you want to play against people your own age, you have a chance to show up and compete with them. Then we start the 15 and over. Each week there's winners. Each location has prizes. I believe you walk away with $100 and some swag depending on what they're giving away. The top 2 participants from each location at the end of our 8 weeks will be put into a tournament where you have a chance to win a prize pack to be sent to E3 to compete at the Fortnite event, plus check out E3, which is huge. All of our locations are sponsored by our partners, the Overwatch, who are providing all these systems that these guys get to play on, which is huge because I don't know about you, but it took me a while to save up money for a nice computer to be able to play on and practice on, which I know makes a huge difference. So.
I probably saved up for like 2 years before I built my first PC.
Oh yeah, so being able to walk into one of these facilities and say, hey mom, you go grocery shop at Walmart while I throw down my $15 and show these guys my 90s all day, and my man finds a llama out in the middle of nowhere, which
hopefully
is
you'll find some shields from the llama. That would be very nice.
Some minis. I was hoping maybe for some slurps, but like you called out, he gets what he needs, and he has someone pushing him, I think, pretty quick. I thought I heard some footsteps, but couldn't tell.
And his mat count, ammo count, everything, he's sitting pretty.
My man is looking good right now.
He has
9
everything.
total people left, so he's not in a bad spot here.
I think you can pull this off for sure.
You think he's taking home the Royale on top of the
I think he will.
The kill lead?
I believe.
Go to bed triggered. If you drop this, there's no Jack in the Box tacos for your future tonight, sir. Unfortunately, we will let you down. But if you pull out this victory Royale, we will somehow convince Jack in the Box to maybe share some tacos with you. One of the coolest things, we got super hyped about Jack in the Box last week, and all of the guys when I went downstairs had a plethora of like tacos and a big pile of just curly fries and hot sauce. It was madness. So big shout outs to everybody that went and got Jack in the Box last week and kept us full. They fed us. We were very happy. And so far tonight, watching Triggered, I'm very happy with his performance. He's very consistent, doing everything he needs to do, making those smart overall plays, his builds, his edits, everything on key here. Really just about positioning himself. I'm wondering if he's going to, okay.
And he's taking advantage of the slipstreams. He's been using it back and forth, and he's even doing the dive right now, the dolphin dive, to get faster, and just using it to overall just get height and like see where players are, try to spot anyone he can.
I guess that would be, catches, hopefully these guys standing still.
Ooh, I think he spotted 3 players there. Ooh, he gets shot at. Thankfully that shot misses him.
The heavy snipe comes in, and it looks like maybe 2 teams going at each other because they've now disengaged completely.
Ooh, it was a close one right there.
Almost.
That would have been a bad way to go out.
Surprised where these guys are flying off to, maybe running away from a gun battle here. And it definitely was 2 different teams getting the gunfight as he flies into the middle of it here. Able to catch this guy, hopefully off guard here on top. I'd be surprised if he doesn't jump on top of him, catch him off guard with the tack in the... But he has to go back because this other guy's pushing him now. So
And he wants to keep the height right here.
Yeah, kind of caught in between both guys, which is a little bit tricky here.
Ooh, headshots him for 72, and he's stuck on the launch pad. So if you can try to get that wall replaced and try to get him from the side, possibly, that would be the play.
Coming into play here. Catches this guy on top of the jump pad.
Right before he could have escaped. He's going to continue taking the height. Because high ground wins.
And I like him taking the time to reposition himself, really making sure he doesn't give himself any easy shots here. This guy was ready for the edit. Catches him off guard.
And there we go. We see the power of the Tommy gun right
goodness.
there. Even though that guy got the wall, the replacement, and the edits and everything, the Tommy gun just shreds through everything, and it will catch you completely out of surprise. And the fact it's AR bullets, not SMG bullets, it hits pretty hard.
The chunk rate on it is so huge, like you saw, just in the fire rate being so fast. I don't find, unfortunately, maybe the heavy sniper, a lot more guns being useful as far as being able to get in people's boxes and take them out.
Especially now that the
damage.
pump's not here. If you go in, if you heavy snipe a wall and then go into it with a tac shotgun, it comes to whoever can hit more shots faster.
Just the pump being gone has changed the meta so far tonight, but luckily, my man, I like the fact that he was able to get some heals in here, but he's getting tackled really fast. He did pick up, I think, a campfire, so hopefully he's looking for a spot to be able to put that down and get himself back up to 100 here.
Another thing I want to mention also, he dropped his AR, which makes complete sense. I mean, when Tommy Gun does it all, he's in the late game too. I don't think you necessarily need to rely too much on your AR, especially because so much bloom on the AR, no matter what AR.
Oh yeah, and we saw how fast it is able to, or hard it is to recover there from someone spraying you down with the Tommy gun. I mean, he basically had to hopefully wait for the guy to reset here, and has the second guy now spraying him in from the side, taking on the stink bombs. Wonderful use of the waterfall there to basically reposition himself here, and I'm really just kind of hopefully maybe expecting him to get some third-party action in here and hope that he gets some help from some other team, but this team is just so relentless. They're not letting him get away here.
Yeah, they just constantly pressuring him with the stinks right there and constantly spraying him as well, causing him to continue to back up. He does have launch pad though, so if he needs to escape divot, he can easily just launch right out of there.
And I love that you called that out, because that was a perfect opportunity I was about to say, where I think he might have had to do that just to save, I guess, a little bit of time, maybe get into...
And set him up to a better position.
Perfectly said, because I don't think he's winning going up against two Tommy guns right now.
Yeah, and with one guy being up high ground, being throwing stinks at him, two guys pressuring him with Tommy guns, it's just too much.
And you said it right there, and I'm going to say that to everybody in chat watching right now. You're not winning a spray fest against two Tommy guns. I'm sorry. I want to believe in you, and if you can prove me wrong, I'll be sitting here all night long to try to watch you guys, but I don't think that they're going to win a spray fight. So
No.
We'll take some time to think about what strategies they might be able to employ against the gunfights, but until then, we're going to take a small break. Plenty more Fortnite action to go to, but we got to stretch our legs a little bit and get some fresh air in us. So
For sure.
We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere to the Esports Arena. So we're back, and we're going into some winners finals action finally, which is super hype. Hopefully,
Definitely.
a whole lot of 90s. They're going to pull out some protractors, some geometry, doing all kinds of math up on the calculus boards and everything for us. But that last game we saw from Go to Bed Triggered, he had what, like 10, 11 kills or eliminations by the end of that. So
he played that really well. Just all of the tough situation that was given to him, he played everything really well.
he was pumping it out. So we want to hear from you guys all night long about what your favorite changes about this new season are. I mean, I only had, today and yesterday to put in as much time as I could before the cast in tonight.
Same.
Just to practice and play and have as much fun here. So hopping on board with Rect, and we'll probably figure out the other guy's name. He's just using one of the basic accounts. But winners finals round 2 here. The brackets are finally starting to dwindle down, and again, getting back to only having so much time. There's still a lot I want to explore in this. Like right here, this is something that's completely new. That
This used to be factories near Loot Lake, and that completely changed. And this is actually a really cool landing spot that he's going to. Even though it's being shot right now, he needs to get in as quick as possible. This is a really cool place because there's a ton of loot here, and there's the slipstream is right next to it. So you can go into Tilted, Retail, anywhere you want, just anywhere after that to try to find some elims.
And I love that little like landing pad that puts you up in the air. Like you said, the slipstreams right here. I've always been a big fan of coming to this area over here, but again, like we talked about earlier, not knowing exactly where everything's at right now makes me a little bit nervous. But he's able to find some shields, which is exactly what he needs. He needs to get his hands on a shotgun. I think he's going to go, hopefully, for a nice shotgun or
Oh,
sniper
he went for
shot.
the no-scope. I respect that. And he was able to get the knock with, is that 8 HP?
8 HP left. He's living a dream here. He's got to go for the finish. He's got to do it quick here.
Oh, you see that? That was genius. That was a massive, I respect that play 100%. He completely juked out the other enemy and then placed a trap from the outside window.
My man is losing it on the stream right now. He
Dude.
doesn't even believe it. Look, he's like yelling at people across this. He's like, how do I load this? Don't worry, my man. We will clip that for you. We will shout you out in the highlight reel.
I think that was the craziest play we've seen all night, I feel.
So far, yeah. I mean,
He 8 HP remaining. He only has a sniper and an AR.
I like what you called
And one
out. You're
trap.
like, he's going to go for the snow scope because, I mean, what else? What other option do you have? And
I mean, you could technically one-shot him if you...
Exactly.
lucky.
And then he pulls out the trap, and
Yeah, and he completely debates the second guy
that's
by
the thing.
running outside and then trapping from the outside window. That was...
Juked him, straight up juked him. He was playing Madden there for a second. He hit the stick, broke his ankles. We're watching a new kind of madness go on right now with this.
His heart must be pounding. That he was almost dead there, and then he was able to pull that off.
One of my favorite things watching a lot of these guys, because again, we're playing in a LAN environment at a bunch of different locations, and especially when we get to watch these guys on stream with the camera like this, is seeing their friends, their
Reactions.
families, their reactions
Yep.
all happen. Like, I don't care, and it happens just like my experience with a normal sport like baseball or basketball or something, but nothing beats being able to experience this atmosphere in person. So if you guys are near an esports arena, I don't know what excuse you have, but you need to show up to one of these
I
for
agree.
sure.
The first ever esports event I ever been to, I had goosebumps the entire time.
Really? Okay.
It's just the energy and the vibes just in an esports environment is,
Yeah.
especially if you're passionate about gaming,
And
it's amazing.
what I really appreciate about the esports arena specifically, like you said, is when you go to one of those huge events, sometimes they can be a little bit overwhelming, because there's
Definitely.
thousands and thousands of people here. When you come to an esports arena, they have huge events like that, but also they have small events where you can kind of get your foot in the door, warm up
Definitely.
to the experience, and learn a little bit more of the, I guess, esports culture and atmosphere. Plus, meet a bunch of people for some games that you
With
have.
the same interests.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know how many people we've seen downstairs meet friends and add people online because they met them in person. And sometimes that's, at least for me, one of the trickiest parts about Fortnite is having people to practice with all the time because
Yeah.
people have different schedules.
I agree with that.
So showing up here, being able to meet people, and especially, like you said, having that like-mindedness is huge for these guys. So I'm super excited to see what these guys are bringing to the table. Obviously, Rect is doing exactly what his name entails. He's got 2 kills on the board. I don't see. Yep, it looks like his opponent's down as well. So he's not in a terrible spot here. He's just kind of hopefully trying to extend the lead going into round 3 as much as possible.
Definitely. Just farming up, taking his time. Curious if he's going to, he's going to take the hoverboard, rotate around the map, maybe go into the slipstream.
I would say so, and I agree with the pick of the hoverboard over the quad. I feel like it's a little bit faster or more useful.
Yeah. Yeah, he catches the slipstream.
And this is...
His hoverboard right next to him, it's just a friendly ghost.
Got Casper the friendly ghost riding the hoverboard. Maybe we'll see some...
It's faster than him.
Right? That's
interesting.
A little bit, yeah. Maybe it's more aerodynamic.
Probably.
Yeah. Get some Back to the Future action going on. But I've liked so far from what I've seen with the slipstream, its usefulness, like right here. At least they just didn't add one track. There's multiple tracks. You can get around to the different cities. And we've seen him cover so much goal.
Ooh, that's one thing also, you got to be careful about that. Is slipstream, you're also very vulnerable. That's why I think it's a good idea to do the dolphin dives while you're in them. Not only to gain speed, but also just be harder to target to hit.
And unfortunately, just getting outpowered there by the shotgun and the Tommy gun just barreling down there. And he did try to put down some traps, maybe buy himself some time.
Yep.
Hopefully get a knock there at least. But like you said, that's the downside about the slipstream is you're just pretty much out in the open. And it is pretty darn easy to see somebody in there.
Especially if you're going just straight.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be moving up and down in one of these things.
Gotta utilize the dolphin, the
mean,
worm.
you're harder to hit, and you get that extra speed boost when you go out of the slipstream and go back into it. You travel a lot faster, so definitely worth doing.
Question, because I haven't had a lot of time to practice with the slipstream. Do the shadow bombs and the slipstream work?
Ooh, that's a good question.
'Cause
Because the
then-
shadow bombs, they last forever until you hit the ground.
Bam.
So
that might
what
make
if
a little
you
bit more
shadow
sense then.
bomb
Yeah.
and go into it? Will last forever.
And you can still, I feel like, see people,
You can,
but that would make it at least a lot harder.
that would be really hard actually.
So that's, if someone's in chat wants to try it,
Test it.
I got a few hours while we're casting here before I can try it myself. But these are all things that, again, we've only had a day or two to figure out. And
For sure.
there's a lot of money on the line for not just our guys tonight, but these other events going on. So pretty cool to think about all the different strategies that they get to employ or try out tonight. And we've seen a lot more in-your-face box action tonight than we've had before. I mean, usually there's been some AR, some explosions with some nades and stuff, but almost every elimination tonight's been shotgun or Tommy gun. I mean,
Yeah.
And it's been attack shotgun. It hasn't even been the new one. Except
True.
maybe that last one I heard it going off a lot, but it looks like the Tommy gun is still thinking it up pulling it out.
Looks like
so.
26% of the elims are going to be Tommy gun, or
Maybe that's the stat that Fortnite
tac
needs
shotgun.
to bring the pump back. Fingers crossed.
probably.
But so far tonight, guys, some pretty competitive action. It's been, I'd say, pretty close. Go to
Definitely.
Bed Trigger had, I think, the highest kill game so far tonight, or overall.
For what we've
but
seen.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's been anything else crazy that's been going on, but aside from the new place, I guess, to shop, Tilted being gone, any other huge changes that you're just really surprised or maybe looking for them to revert a little bit on Fortnite at all?
Overall, it's just the pump shotgun. That's literally Tommy gun and pump shotgun, or what's the most disappointing about the season? I personally like the map changes. I'm fine with that.
Oh, yeah.
I always like a little change up there and there.
I'd say the maps for sure is probably the highlight of it
For
so
sure.
far. What you asked as far as what I don't like the most, I'm going to say, yeah, taking out the pump and leaving in the ballers.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the slipstreams and the hoverboards and the quads and all those because you're still vulnerable in a sense. The ballers,
You are.
they're an unfair shield. They give you 300 protection and...
They nerfed it to 200 now, so
Okay, so they
it's
did
not
nerf
as
it.
bad.
Okay.
But still, I understand that. I think the ballers are gonna disappear this season. No vehicle stays forever.
Fingers crossed. And the fact that it never caught on to just call them hamster balls, come on, they're hamster balls. They really are.
They really are.
It'd be even cooler if your character, instead of sitting inside of it, actually like ran
Runs.
inside of it to make it move. That'd be doper.
That would be.
But again, now I'm just waiting for the day that Fortnite brings back the pump. Grenades are back. Grenade launchers back with all the updates. So a whole lot of changes. We haven't seen a lot of real in-game moments yet. Those final circles and rotates yet.
Definitely.
So curious to see how these changes develop in the game that far on once the kind of circle gets tiny. But I don't know. We've seen so many people tonight drop the AR. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what the strategy is.
No, yeah, I definitely think because the AR, there's a lot of bloom in AR. No, but I don't think anybody really likes taking AR fights
Not really, no.
because they are pretty random. Like you might have the perfect shot completely lined up, but it doesn't hit him. But the
Exactly.
guy is not close to your head at all, and then he hits you because of bloom. So
That's why, and my friends always judge me, but I was an early adapter of Fortnite, so I played like Season 2 and 3, a little bit of Season 1, but not as much because I was still into some other games.
yep, that was same
Season
here.
2 and 3, I was all about the silenced SMG and the regular SMG
Yeah,
over the shotguns because it's like you miss your one shot with that shotgun, the fire rate of the SMGs like we're seeing right now are so high, it gives you a little bit margin of error, I guess, more with the
definitely.
spray factor and the ability to just break into a wall like we've seen. And you called out one of your favorite guns earlier with the heavy sniper. I mean, by far, I'm happy they introduced that.
Yeah, I love that gun. A lot of people hate it. I can see why. It deals a lot of damage.
Oh yeah,
But like,
it
it
rewards
is.
a good
It's so
shot.
useful.
Oh yeah.
It's so useful.
So hopping on board here, it looks like we're in losers round 5 of our Fort Worth location here. 2 names that I don't recognize here, and 0 points on the board for both of them. So we're getting a fresh start on these guys. Get to see what they're working in. I like coming to this area, by Loot Lake, where it's kind of got some new development here. Like you called out earlier, we've seen a little bit more love of this area and updating.
Looks like he's gonna hit that gun first. He could try to get that guy maybe above him.
I'm surprised that other guy challenged knowing that he was going to lose that fight.
Ooh,
Gets the
lasers
easy
him.
knock.
I think I heard another player underneath him too, but he's gonna go for the thirst to get that easy elim and gets a launch pad too, just in case.
Which I believe that means that was the guy that landed with him, because I think that's what they were fighting over, right? Was the...
I think that blue SMG.
Okay.
The other guy comes in, and he easily destroys him with the tac shotgun there. Even though he got hit pretty hard with the new combat shotgun, still, the tac wins.
And that's so surprising because, again, it's been so prevalent throughout Fortnite history that the color of the gun actually matters. And we've seen, I don't know how many times a night, that gray tac outpower almost every single combat
Yep.
shotgun. I don't know. I'm trying to find like a purpose for the new combat shotgun, and it's just kind of let me down so far. So, like you asked earlier, what my biggest disappointment is. I think that's what it is. It's just
Yep.
if you're gonna introduce something new, it's got to be like at least when they brought in the heavy shotgun, it made sense.
It was like a mix between a tac and a pump.
Exactly, yeah.
It was very much a mix, but this just feels like another tac to me with tighter spread and a little bit faster fire rate.
And now he's got a blue one in his hand, so this man is going to be hurting people for sure. He's hunting down the headshots. I like the fact that he's rocking the nades. We've seen a few people skip on him tonight, but I just feel like, especially if you're going for the late game finishes or placements, it's so easy to catch people on those rotates or out of their builds with nades. They come in handy.
And breaking down your enemy's builds while you're trying to rush them and everything. It's just good utility to pressure. Looks like it might be going into the slipstream or going to the next building. I have a theory though. This, you see that like wire?
Uh-huh.
That goes all the way into Tilted.
Okay.
I feel like this season, Loot Lake's gonna run out of power, and Tilted Tower's gonna get destroyed again, or something. Or
Okay,
Tilted
okay.
Towers won't be able to power up, so it'll become like maybe abandoned or like a little apocalyptic, maybe.
So I've fallen off with a little bit of the Fortnite lore regarding some of the, like you're doing right now with the guesses of where it's going and everything. But in the recent trailer with this update, they showed him coming out of a vault. Did they ever
That
reveal what the vault in?
Or where is it?
It was. I believe the vault used to be with. Oh, where was it? Because you weren't able to get inside of it, if I remember correctly. It was. Oh, where are all those trees at over there?
Is it on the north side of the map?
I
or-
think so, and it was back in. I don't remember if the vault has been there for a while, but it was. It's gonna bother me now, but there was a vault for a while, so I'm wondering if they're gonna bring that back now, if that has something to do with it.
Definitely.
Because they showed him walking out of that vault with the beard and everything, and I was like, okay, maybe something big's gonna go on here.
For sure. This is
Some post-apocalyptic Fortnite fun going on.
definitely a lot of time passed by while he was in the bunker. But yeah, that's just. I feel like that power source is gonna run out by the end of the season.
And we're all gonna be running off of like natural resources, wind power, and
Another thing that was pretty fun. Did you watch the event at all when the volcano erupted?
it was pretty cool.
It was awesome. Seeing, like, it was kind of funny that one building in Tilted Towers that always gets destroyed every season. It was the first time it didn't get destroyed. Everything else that got destroyed around it.
I'm kind of curious if they're doing that stuff now just to kind of mess with you, because now everyone's question
For
is,
sure.
what's our next season? Is it or is it not going to get messed with?
Yep.
And it brings a lot of fun. Wailing Woods is where I was thinking of. I want to say it was season 4. One of the events that they did, there was like a vault that was in the ground that you could just see the top of, but you couldn't go in or know anything about. So
Gets
hopefully
a
that comes
nice
into play.
shotgun shot there for an easy kill. Sneaking up on that guy from the. I keep forgetting the name of the wind transportation. What's it called? Slip something?
Slipstreams?
Slipstream.
A few different people putting in shots on him here, so hopefully he's getting in some time. And I like the idea of putting it on the launch pad and hopefully recollecting himself and getting away. But
And taking high ground too.
exactly, not the best location to be in aside from having the high ground. But now he's able to.
Ooh, headshot
advance
from
it.
69. Tries to throw a grenade all the way over there. Trying to hit a Kobe.
Almost lands it. It's
Breaks his
35. This guy's hurting now. He doesn't have a way to get to the slipstream to gain some distance on him.
Right now, a glider redeploy would be awesome.
I was just about to say something to hopefully be able to fly and get some time to get over there to finish this guy off. He's got him super weak, but he's trying not to take shots in the back at the same time here.
Breaks his shield again. He just needs to be careful and not getting sniped by him because that enemy does have a sniper. There's some more players underneath him too. It looks like he's gonna switch his focus and maybe try to focus them. Ooh, he should have placed a ramp there to prevent that fall damage.
Definitely took some unnecessary fall damage. I like the idea of picking up the fat shield here. Not so sure about just popping the pyramid on the top here. We'd expect maybe to get a little bit more protection, but luckily these guys have kind of backed off, maybe recollecting themselves a little bit here. He did take off the shield of the other guy that was attacking him over on the hill, so that guy has to recoup a little bit.
And the respawn vehicle was just used, so there should be a guy running around with a great pistol and 100 health, maybe possible easy kill.
That's probably something, especially in an environment that we haven't talked about yet. These guys could be tracking a lot of those free kills, like you said, on those respawn specs.
Ooh, nice knock right there. Just lasering them with the AK and gets 2 elims. Gonna be able to get, if you want to take glider redeploy, which I definitely recommend taking one. And he gets the Tommy gun as well.
I was going to say, and if he finds himself in the perfect place right now to really, like you said, maybe pop that jump pad that he already used, use his redeploys to get in a position where he's a little bit far away. Gamer, the guy that he's going up against, unfortunately, has already been knocked out as well. So it's really just about extending this lead as much as possible and seeing that it's round 5 here.
Ooh, breaks his shield, tags him for 30 white. Takes out that Tommy gun, just lasers, breaks the enemy's build, but it looks like the enemy also has a few spray weapons to pressure him. He's gonna keep that high ground. Make sure everything's reloaded.
He's giving his enemies a little bit too much time to kind of figure out what's going on here. I'd expect him maybe to at least take the hill here, but he's able to kind of just, so far, hold control of this high ground, catches the edit and the guy off guard, and now he's got to face 2 guys trying to build off here. Wins the pyramid battle, catches the second guy off trying to build off to the corner.
Ooh, unfortunately, got hit pretty hard there, and also did not place the floor to catch himself and just gets sprayed right into his box.
I like the last minute decision there to maybe try to get that headshot for the final knock
For
there.
sure.
But again, knowing that you're going against two guys, the chances of cleaning that second guy up probably not going to happen, or even finishing the first guy that you knock are pretty slim.
Definitely.
Why not? Again, knowing that you have a campfire, some shields, and a slipstream, just get out of there.
He needed also to catch himself there when he jumped for that shotgun shot.
Took a lot of fall damage for no reason.
Yeah,
too,
and
so.
he got the low ground, and the enemies on top of him, and the other enemies already on the low ground. So
Good thing is, though, he did have, I believe, 5 or 6 kills, so he is going into the next round if these guys are going up against each other.
definitely,
6 kills ahead.
that's huge.
That's a hard comeback to come back in Fortnite. I mean, other Battle Royale games, it's even tough. Fortnite, even so, like,
Definitely.
so he's feeling better about himself. Losers finals there, so we'll probably hop on board with either that second round of them going in or another one of our winners finals here. But so far tonight, a lot of spray action.
That's the new meta. Unfortunately, that's the new
we're
meta.
back to it, and that's
We're
what
back
it's gonna
to
be.
it.
Do you think we're going to see a lot of people picking up 2 or 3 Tommy guns and just
Yes.
yeah?
There's
Okay.
I don't know if you know Nate Hill, professional FaZe player.
He was playing earlier. Yep.
Yep, he's already qualified for the World Cup, but tomorrow he's just going to be picking up a bunch of Tommy guns and a bow to show how broken everything is.
I like it.
He wants to make a statement.
One Tommy gun to outbuild and maneuver and counter is tough, and you got to. It kind of gets back to that double pump situation where it's like you don't want to be that guy, but you got to be that guy.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to fall behind, you know.
Like you said so many times, there's no counter to that. Unfortunately, the closest counter I could come to it is the grenades or the grenade launcher, only because.
Or if they're inside your box and you have a trap, but then again, you don't always have a trap.
Exactly, and if they're spraying you down, like you said, they can blow right through that trap unless you get it on the side wall
Yeah.
or the bottom wall real quick. It's pretty easy to counter that with the Tommy gun. I mean, 50 bullets just to nonstop blast their way
For
through.
sure.
Oh, Fortnite.
And if
what
and
have
if you run
done?
2 to 3 of them, that's 100 to 150 bullets right there. It's better than a minigun.
Ooh, that's what I want to call myself now, the Tommy Gun Squad. We're just going to run around and just spray people down, because that was one of my favorite things to do when they introduced the minigun, is I wouldn't even
Yep.
build, to just run around and just spray
Just
it.
taking it out.
So, hopping right back on board here, going into the second round here. I mean, if you're manual, you're the one that's got a little bit more pressure. Oh,
He's dead.
my goodness.
No, he hit the side of the thing and ran right off. That happened to me yesterday. I was so mad when that happened. It happened in the Champion League Arena game too. Unfortunately, he's just going to be stuck up there.
My man. Oh.
He does have a 5-kill lead. So let's
He does.
there is still hope. But that is a big oof right there.
S in the chat, everybody.
Looks like maybe they're going to restart.
Yeah, oh, that's big kudos to his opponent. If his opponent is reset on that,
That's
mad props.
respect.
Yeah, because
that must have been heartbreaking.
I feel they're bringing it back to the studio, and I feel bad because I'm over here laughing. I mean, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, brother. Oh, that was so rough. I mean, there's nothing you can do but laugh, because I mean,
Yeah. That happened to the exact same thing. I
Really?
landed on top, and then I just walked right off the thing and just like, ding.
like you said, I mean, I was. All right, so kudos to his guy there, because again, if he's doing the reset, that's got some because again,
Because he
that's-
could have taken the lead there, or even won if he wanted to technically.
we've seen crazy stuff like that happen in Fortnite where you get eliminated or you die to fall damage just in random.
Yeah.
So that's one of my biggest, I guess, complaints with Fortnite right now, but they have the redeploy that makes it. I like being able to jump off builds, especially with as build heavy as Fortnite has gotten over the past like 4 or 5 seasons, that those structures get so high. So to be able to jump
Yeah.
off at any time and kind of rebuild is nice. But then stuff like that happens when you don't have it in the game. So it.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Glider redeploy is one of those things I like to prioritize when I'm like playing
yeah.
competitive, because if I'm in a build fight and if somebody decides to shoot it down from a third party, I mean, at least I can still survive.
Right? and you at least have a counter for that, whereas the other guy doesn't, and now
For sure.
you're down in a match. You're oh,
Okay. Okay.
So we got confirmation that they're just going to go ahead and count it as a win, which, again, I'm not surprised. That's what I would expect, because for his opponent to say, nah, let's run this back and I'll give you a chance, that's a little bit ballsy for him to do. So glad that it's just kind of moving on like we expected it to do. And I'm going to say that if they did restart it, it probably would have been the same outcome, because PJ was
so too.
showing off a little bit there on his skills. He was doing pretty darn well for
5-kill
himself.
lead.
Oh, yeah. So far, though, he, I guess, was answering a question that we asked earlier to the chat, was that were they going to land somewhere a little bit further out or somewhere a little bit busier? He kind of is landing at the newer spots, which has, what we saw, both helped him and hurt him. I mean,
Yeah.
the first time we watched him, he beat the guy to the SMG and got like 2 or 3 kills right off the bat. And then, unfortunately, that one just...
That's just, you know, the more time you put into this new season, the more you get to know all the new structures and buildings, the less that will happen. But
don't walk
hey,
off the edges.
there's only one way to learn.
Oh. It happens to the best of us.
It really does.
So we're hopping on board with the winners finals in Spokane Valley, which I don't think we've seen a whole lot of action from them tonight, except from our boy Go to Bed Trigger, who's been putting on an absolute show. And he's got the blue tack in his hand, which so far, aside from the combat shotgun, has been probably our go-to gun tonight.
And has an SMG to back it up, and an AK, and plenty of shields as well. So his level is pretty good. I bet he wants the Tommy gun. I think that's everybody's dream weapon at the moment.
Looking to kind of hopefully recollect himself and win this high ground here. He's getting outshot here. Looks like his...
Is he out of mats? No, he has 30 mats left. Okay.
I was going to say his builds were getting canceled out for some reason there. I'm not sure if that was a glitch or what, but nope, yep, he is out of mats like he called out. Almost gets third-party sniped there, catches the guy up high. And again, unfortunately, being out of mats, he's at a bad position.
Oh, and gets him for 55 last second, too.
And a little bit of a different strategy we're seeing here. These guys are actually next to each other, which is different. So far tonight, we've seen these guys usually be a little bit more spread out, kind of start to collect themselves once the game's a little bit further on. But right now, these guys are right on top of each other.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand why somebody would want to do that, because you want to try to like steal as many of the kills from your opponent, but that could also work the other way around too. So it's pretty 50-50 if you do that strat. He does have a Tommy gun. He's gonna try to break his wall here, try to get the wall replaced.
Looks like he might have won the challenge there, but got to be a little bit nervous with this guy keeping out the combat shotgun. Gets beamed from above, and now he's got to recollect himself. Kind of getting tunnel vision in here, trying to finish off the second guy. Doesn't get the cleanup. And who is that? Cypher getting the kill here, and there's one other guy up top on the high ground here that they got to keep their focus on as the storm collapses in. Might even be a time to maybe reposition themselves as I hear the jump pad go out there.
For sure, and I do think they're pretty close to the wind transportation. I keep forgetting the name of that thing. It does not have a good name, I feel.
And Go to Bed Triggered a little bit upset right now because he's just getting all of his kills stolen.
But he does have a really good loadout. Blue tack and a Tommy gun. Fortunately, he's going to get shot from the side, which is very difficult, especially when you're trying to run into the storm. Spots a launch pad. Going to take that to rotate into zone.
Maybe even catch the slipstream, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Because like you called out, he has a little bit of mats, seeing his loadout being with 600 brick, but something you don't want to waste a whole lot of just because of how much time it takes to build up everything.
For sure.
Like the idea of him just collecting themselves, but he does see the guys out in the open there, so he's got to make sure he doesn't get third party by these guys over here with the sniper.
And his other teammate already left him with a ball, so he can go anywhere he wants. He's trying to figure out if there's any players left here. I think that came from the mountain behind him? Or was it from down low?
It was definitely a weird an angle. I couldn't tell, like you said, if it came from the mountain or down below, just because of where it went by him. But he's keeping an eye out down low, and
Oh, he spots an enemy to his left. But also there's an enemy also under him.
so we get confirmation. Maybe that shot did come from down low. He's hopefully winning the height ground here, looking for the replaces as much as he can.
I don't think he saw the guy to his left, yeah. He just tags him pretty good there, gets a nice knock. I would definitely thirst him for all those mats. Definitely good play trying to shield up right here before taking the next fight. Also got 30 seconds before the zone closes, but he isn't really close to the the slipstream.
Oh yeah, it's. I was kind of curious, like you said, to see how those builds were going to affect right now. He does see someone maybe getting third-partied here, and this doesn't actually confirm a whole lot for us because we were questioning whether or not the shots were coming from down low
Or
and the mountain,
above.
and it looks like maybe a little bit of both. So he's kind of in a rough spot on both sides of himself right now, and he's really just got to try to figure out where he's going to go. And again, we talked about how those builds don't always work next to those new air ramps here. And whoever's got him in his sights is not letting him get out. He's really just trying to get some momentum so he doesn't have to waste too many maps getting the high ground here. And I'd expect him maybe to get the backside of this mountain and take out these guys that are putting in shots to his back here. But smart move, popping the mini and kind of moving forward here.
11 players remaining, both of them still alive, so they're all going to be contesting for this last couple kills.
And I'm really surprised that he's not pushing this fight more, but I think he's really hopefully letting the storm do its work and maybe letting these guys fight each other out here. I like now that he's kind of fallen back. He's got plenty of time to work with here, 40 seconds before this storm circle gets all the way to that white edge. So plenty of time to maybe pick up 1 or 2 more of these kills here, which is really what you need to do because this is winners finals here, guys. So the heat is definitely starting to pick up.
And in being in front as well of the enemy, while the enemy has the storm right behind them, gives him a huge advantage because they constantly have to push him and push past the storm.
That's the biggest thing is, like you said, the movement. He's putting a lot of pressure on them just by, again, staying in front. And this guy takes a sniper shot out, isn't able to connect. He's out building him, hopefully able to get the high ground here. He already has a shotgun, looking to connect with a headshot. Wins the drop-down battle, and out comes the Tommy gun spray fest here, guys.
They both made it into zone, but I think, yeah. Both on the same level here, trying to get a wall replaced possibly. There is a trap on that wall, so he'll be able to break that. But he does lose high ground right here, but he's just going to use the Tommy gun to spray him down. But it might be too late. Maybe the enemy's already on the mountain. It's a nice tag there with the tac shotgun.
Not able to get the shots he needs to get the finish off. Like you said, the other guy might be on the total high ground now. He's out building him with the boxes.
Yep, and gets lasered from the top.
Absolutely destroyed from above. He's got to get this bottom ground now to hopefully get one more elimination if he can find this guy on the reset.
And he gets it.
And it answers our question. This is 2 teams here, so the other guy on top of the mountain is the third party. Does lose the win battle right there to the wall, but
I would have kept both Tommy guns. He has space. I would have done it.
might as well. We talked about it earlier. Just spray everybody down. And the edits coming through from Triggered right now are on point because this is really what's winning him a lot of these fights right now. Able to out-edit these guys, maneuver, find himself in a situation where he can kind of just make sure he recollects himself and is leaving himself where he's not exposed. This other guy does have the high ground, however, which makes it a little bit tricky to try to get out of here safely.
And he's extremely low on mats. I don't even know if he has any mats.
Yeah, we can't see all the numbers on his medal there, but definitely wasn't a whole lot. And again, now seeing that it was 2 guys coming after him, not a whole lot he can do to come out the winner in that situation. But he did walk out with at least, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 eliminations at least?
Yeah, he did well. He did well.
Round 2, he's looking pretty good. So we're going to hop right into Oakland, and this is going to be semis round 1. So a whole lot of action coming from this location right into it for you guys here. One of our row guys and MEC. So we saw both of these guys on the leaderboard, if I remember right, earlier. Probably fighting for those final points, trying to solidify the leaderboards. Again, if you guys find yourselves close to one of these locations, 7 total locations, and you have, including this week, 3 total weeks left. If you don't count this one, 2 weeks left to try to get some E3 qualification status going, which was huge. And we talked about it a little bit. First time we're seeing the bush tonight.
Yeah, and the minigun play in there gets
Oh
an
my
easy
goodness.
elimination on that guy just trying to get into the building. And he gets that bush, like you were saying, so he can absorb one shot from an enemy.
And especially with the shotgun battles and the up-close battles, that bush comes into play almost in a way that seems unfair.
Oh, for sure.
Because, you know, a pump shot to the head and you don't take any damage, or that new combat shotgun shot and you don't take any damage.
Even a heavy sniper, you don't take any damage. The
That-
only place where you can get hit is on your feet.
Really?
Yeah, that's the only place.
So you got to give people athlete's foot for if you really want to take them out. I like
So
it.
make sure you're crouching.
And so far tonight, we've seen a kind of a similar strategy from the previous weeks, where people are landing in areas that they're probably comfortable with. They know where a lot of the lootout is. We've seen some people try out some of the new locations, but I like the idea here of popping the bush. Why not get that free shot in?
Just gonna continue looting. Salty is actually one of my favorite places to land when I'm going for like just high kill games in general, because it's so close to everything and has fairly decent loot. Gets it. Has plenty of shields. 7 minis.
I was about to say, I know they changed the whole strategy with heals and everything, but to double stack them is a little bit
Ooh, Tommy gun right
different.
there. He has plenty of SMG ammo too, so that was a good choice of him not dropping the SMG for the Tommy. He's just waiting for those guys playing the bush.
Oh my goodness.
The question is, did they spot him? He's just gonna sneak up on them, crouch walking, making sure he can't be heard.
I love the play.
As the bush sneaks up and he's gonna break the ramp and just bring in the Tommy gun. Sprays it,
fest
gets the
down.
first knock, trying to find the second kill. The sounds like it's above him. He's gonna finish him off with a quick elim. Gets all his loot. Unfortunately, loses the bush, but the bush saved him there.
Oh yeah, and what an amazing sneaky play to catch these guys off guard. I don't even think this other guy's teammate cares. He always trying to window peek them, catch them off guard a little bit here, but just beams them with the Tommy gun, boxes them in, hits them through the wall with the bullets 2 times. He said,
He's
"Sir, you're not
unstoppable.
totaling anywhere. I'm coming in your house and destroying you." But decides to pick up the P90 as well. So we talked about the meta being spray, and my man is putting in the work.
He's definitely doing that. But he does drop it for an AK, which I do. Ooh, he drops the AK with the hunting rifle. I respect that. I love sniping. Sniping is one of my favorite things to do in this game, so.
And like we talked about, the gunfights are going to come so close range anyway. I mean, you
Yeah.
can probably pop 1 to 2 shots before they start pushing them,
Yep,
and pull out the Tommy gun / P90 spray fest.
for
and
sure.
just mow them down. I like the spray strategy a little bit, only because it seems to push gunfights a little bit more, but at the same time, it's I don't know. I'm at a loss of words when you can just mow through a wall like that.
it lowers the skill gap a little bit.
Just a little bit. I mean,
Yeah,
when you
for
just
sure.
have an unlimited amount of bullets that you can lay into somebody in their building
Yep.
versus a well-placed shotgun shot that only apparently 26% of people are using, but Fortnite thinks that's a lot. I don't know. Don't know what kind of math in school Fortnite went to. 26 was not a high number for me in school.
It's gonna rotate. It's probably gonna use one of those sky bases as a quick rotate, because you can actually go all the way up and deploy your glider again.
And I haven't seen as many people landing them as I guess I expected to. They don't have the best loot in the world, you know, maybe 1 to 2 chests, but they're guaranteed some floor drops. And like you said, just the, I guess, the height and the visibility that you gain by going up there is
For
so
sure.
huge for me.
It's gonna rotate into the slipstream. Maybe go into Neo Tilted.
It's got 36 people left, 2.5 minutes before the next circle starts to collapse. So plenty of time to work with, and it looks like he's had a little bit of fun and practice messing with these slipstreams.
Ooh, and
Catches
gets
a
shot
shotgun
from
shot
under.
below. Guy gives up knowing where he is.
Oh, he doesn't have any traps, unfortunately, but does a nice edit there and finishes off the kill. But unfortunately gets hit pretty hard, too. But he does have a med kit and plenty of minis to heal back up.
I was just about to say, luckily he has that med kit. Otherwise, that was going to be one risky kill to go for. And now he's got himself a little bit of time, collect himself a Neo Tilted for a while. And just knowing how many resources, again, I haven't spent a whole lot of time there, but there does seem to be still a whole lot of stuff to explore.
For sure.
So it's going to be one of those places that's filled with a lot of people for a while, at least until people figure some things out.
Definitely. There's still so much explore. I've landed there a few times. Still haven't checked out every building yet. Still don't know the layout perfectly.
And I guess this is my biggest complaint about Neo Tilted right now is the slipstreams, because it's so easy for somebody to get over to your building and
It's
get in
also
a gunfight.
so easy for people to run away.
Right. So winning those gunfights or engagements isn't always guaranteed anymore. So looks like
Spots
this-
another enemy, another 2 enemies. Does have high ground on them. Just gonna keep it that way. See if he can get a few shots in there. Misses that, but takes out the Tommy gun. Hits a couple times. Never see it again. The enemy did take the slipstream, but he just went directly down again. Breaks off his shield. Hits it for 70 white. Unfortunately,
Oh
the enemy was able to sneak up behind him and finish him off.
Yeah, and I couldn't tell what he got hit by there, but it definitely went down pretty darn quick. So it was a shotgun for
I'm pretty sure it
sure.
was a tac shotgun.
Okay.
It sounded like a tac shotgun.
So not a whole lot he can do about this situation. We're hopping on board with his opponent here, who looks like
It's in the baller. Is he going into Neo Tilted?
I would expect him maybe 2, because he's down 2 kills. He knows that the team that probably took him out is over here, so if he can clean up those 2 guys, it's not hard.
For sure.
So it's not a bad strategy here. It's just being a little bit careful when you're in this third-party situation, not to, again, you're only chasing 2 kills, so you got to be as careful as possible to really reward yourself with the gunfights as much as you can.
Yeah, it looks like he's only down 2 kills, so he doesn't necessarily want to rush into just any fight.
Right.
He wants to play it smart, try to get the easiest elims as he can before trying to do anything else.
And right now we can't see how many people left on the map to see how many people he has to shoot at, but I want to say there's at least 20 or so people. So again, only having to get 1 or 2 kills out of 20 isn't hard when these final circles
For sure.
start to rotate. You can catch people off guard like we've seen a few times happen tonight, but overall it seems like he's playing just a little bit safe in the baller, maybe just trying to find a position where he can catch some people off guard, catch some people rotating. Again, I hate these ballers so much. I wish this would have been one of the things they vaulted.
I feel like, yeah, before they nerfed them, it was they had 100% spawn rate and they had 300 health. It was a nightmare. But after they reduced the spawn rate a little bit and made them a little weaker, it's been okay. But unfortunately, I think his ball just got stolen there. So he loses ball, but there's a vending machine there too. He's gonna drink that big pot.
He's got one to waste, and if I remember right, like you called out, the vending machine I thought had a rift to go.
Yeah, it does. I didn't see the last item there, but it does grab the rift to go. Good play right there. Now if he wants to take the fight, he can easily get the high ground on top of him. It looks like he's going to dive on top of his enemy. He's going to land on top of this castle. Gets a nice shotgun. Finish him off with the shotgun there. Enemy was fairly weak. That was the second opponent going up on against him. He's trying to build for height.
Loses the high ground a little bit. He's got to get the floors underneath him to grab back this high ground. He's got the new combat shotgun out. Hopefully land these clean headshots on this guy. Misses the second shot. So looking for the finish here. He's got to drop back down, recollect himself a little bit, kind of losing track of him. Both players just really trying to figure out where each other are right now, and pulls out the Tommy gun, hoping for the finish.
And that guy is extremely weak as well. Hits him for 46 white. Just one more shot should do it, and he finishes him off.
It's such a clean switch between guns right now that's what's going to get you guys these eliminations every time, is making sure to be able to switch between the shotguns and those Tommy guns for the quick finishes is really what's going to put you guys in the top fields. And now, since he got those, he's really just trying to maybe just solidify this lead a little bit more if he can.
Yeah, because that was 2 kills right there.
So he's tied it up here. He's feeling a little bit better about the situation now. I'm not sure if he's going for maybe the loot or if he hears somebody near him.
Sounds like I think he was just going for that brick, maybe. Wish I could see the mini-map right now. I want to see his rotation. Looks like he's going to take the cannon, maybe try to line up the shot and try to go to the sky base over there.
I like it.
I like it too.
Hopefully he wins. He'll at least hopefully be able to catch his slipstream and launch himself up there.
Ooh, barely misses it.
Catches the baller off guard a little bit.
Should be easily been able to go up there. He's gonna be able to take the high ground if he wants to right here. Should be a max. Pretty sure they're really close to max height right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's max height. He's gonna try to get control over his 1x1. See if he can get a shotgun shot in there. He needs to be careful though. They're really high up, so one mistake of falling down could be the end.
We saw it happen earlier, not able to connect in the slipstream. He falls down with the waterfall, just really trying to make sure he doesn't collect any shots from above here. Winning back that max height advantage like he called out earlier, and catches this guy off guard in his own box. Misses the shots and he falls.
Can hits it? No, he hits the spinny thing on that.
I don't even know what to call it.
Me neither.
Oh my goodness. So apparently it's not safe to land there. We
No,
figured that
that's
out
good
right
to
now.
know. That's good to know.
That's
I thought maybe he would,
I thought he had it.
Me too. I thought he had it too.
I thought he was just going to slide, kind of like on the mountains, when the mountains are
For
that
sure.
slide angle, you could slide down, you're nice and safe. Not today.
Nope.
And
That's good to know.
That's 2 unfortunate souls we've seen die to the slipstream or the air bases, whatever you guys want to call them. We appreciate you guys dying first as casters, putting in all the hard work and the trials in the airs tonight. Much love to you guys. I mean, he was in a good spot there, just unfortunately just falls, and it looks like he was trying to maybe chase the guy that was going down because the other guy ran away.
He was initially, yeah, and then somebody decided to sneak up behind him.
and take him out. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest thing with the slipstreams, it seems like, is while you can get the height advantage on people, you can get somewhere really fast, everyone else still has those exact same advantages. So
For sure.
It's a very balanced addition to the game, which I'm not so far I'm very positive about it because it helps you get around the map, and that's been my biggest complaint about Fortnite.
Definitely.
But just how much you're exposed. Again, I still want to see in chat or somebody test those shadow bombs out and see if you can
To the slipstream.
and into the slipstream. Shadow bomb into the slipstream.
If it
Can you float around
lasts.
invisible? How long does it last? How does it work? We're curious to know, but looks like we might be hopping right back on board here with some more action, which is going to be kind of curious because he was what? I want to say they were tied there, so it's going to be interesting. We're going to go into one of the final rounds for them to see who's going to be coming out on top. As far as the skill set goes, both guys were showing a lot of skill,
For sure. They're
Build
both very
battles.
aggressive.
edit battles were really nice. I don't think I saw anything too much I'd expect them to really have to focus on or to improve on to take the lead, I guess.
I agree with you. Just be careful with the sky bases.
Oh my goodness, that's my heart. I don't. So, stay away from him until you have more practice. Maybe I don't know
Maybe
what
a
to tell you.
glider redeploy.
That'll probably. The biggest thing that we've seen tonight, I think, multiple times is people not being able to reposition themselves after winning a height battle.
I agree.
That's my go-to thing right now. I'm dumping a healing item for one of those, or maybe not carrying a sniper just to make sure I have that.
Either not sniper, skip the grenades, or something like that. Just having that glider redeploy to be aggressive too, and not worrying about falling down is huge.
I didn't even think about giving up grenades. I like to hold on to my explodes if I find them. But we want to hear from you guys in chat what you guys think about as far as the redeploy goes, slipstreams, all the new Season 9 updates. We're going to take a quick break to stretch our legs before we come back, but don't go anywhere, guys. It's the Esports Arena. welcome back, guys. Really, really short break there. Just enough time to really take some deep breaths, collect themselves, so I didn't laugh too much about that unfortunate situation that we just witnessed.
Really unfortunate.
But we learned a lot.
We did.
And I think that's something that with this new update and new things that they've kind of thrown out there, we have a lot to learn and practice with this new update and new
For sure.
things that they've thrown into Fortnite all within the past 2 days. So we're seeing a lot of stuff come out tonight, guys. Going right back into action with the last two guys that we were watching here, all tied up at 4. I like the idea of taking the shot because you never know what you can hit, especially this early on.
Miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Bam, I like it. And again, knowing that this man is getting all the luck right now with the 2 fat pots. All these guys he's taking shots at probably don't have any heals, as far as shields or anything goes. So that hunting rifle can put him down, and being able to collect
For
on
sure.
that shot or that finish is pretty good here, especially being so early on in the match.
And he has a Rift already too, and he has an SMG, so he's fairly well off considering that the shotguns aren't as strong, so he doesn't have to be worried about getting one pumped.
I think that's my biggest thing is like, as soon as I get a Rift to go or anything that gives me mobility, I just want to use it so fast, and it's so hard to hold on to it. So I appreciate him holding on to it here. A little bit of a risky move. I don't think this other guy...
I don't think he knows. Those 2 guys unfortunately missed it. I would have gone for the SMG spray there
most
before
definitely,
using that Rift, because I think they were a little still confused where that sniper shot came from, and even go for that sniper shot maybe was not the best idea, because he could have easily, lined up a few headshots before.
Yep. I mean, seeing that he has 48 shots in the SMG, that's enough to put both guys down. And again, like you called out, neither guy knew exactly where he was. Able to collect on a few shots there, so he knows this first guy's weak. Puts him down, lands some second shots on this guy. Easy cleanup for a 2-kill piece. I would expect him not to do to the last guys that he ran into, but...
Yeah, that's exactly what I feel like he should have done, especially since he decided to come back to
And now he's looking
Salty.
at him. Yeah, much better setup. Able to upgrade on his weapons a little bit here. Does lose out a little bit on the shield, so he'll have to hopefully find some more to collect. Again, like you said, on the reposition, he's much better now, but he could maybe be sitting in a place where he has 4 kills as he gets beamed in the back.
Oh, and he tags him, and he completely lasers him with the SMG from that range. That's why I love the suppressed SMG. It has that range, even though it doesn't deal like that much damage that long, but it's accurate.
And the fire rate on it is so big. So now, did this guy already die?
He didn't have any mats. Yeah, he was just an insta.
Okay, that's why I wasn't sure. I thought it was just a knock at first, but maybe I was wrong. Obviously, though, in a much better position. Got the new combat shotgun, hunting rifle, Tommy gun.
Tommy gun.
He's happy about his setup. He knows where this
For
other
sure.
guy is over here, so hopefully he can go into this now with 3 kills up on Rogue. Lands 1 combat shotgun, but gets absolutely destroyed.
That's one thing you don't see from the tac shotguns from last season. You would never see that happen. But now the tac shotguns are starting to become more consistent, dealing 100+ damage.
And it makes sense to use them. I mean, as consistent as they are, like you called out now, the damage rate on them. And almost every tac shotgun shot we've seen tonight land has been a gray one. We haven't even seen a green or a blue one yet.
Definitely. Tries to go for the trap kill right there. Ooh. If he had more traps right there, I would trap him again, but he's just going to do an edit play on him. The soccer skin does rift him. But he wants this kill, so he's going to dive down with him as well. Maybe try to loot up from the other kill he got. Headshots him for 48.
Catches him out in the open here. Doesn't look like this player has any mats, and he's just going to give up. He knows he's stranded. He's just sitting
Goes
down.
into the bush. Just 1 or 2 more shots. There we go. He cleans up the kill.
So now if you're Dice, it's all about collecting yourself, trying to stay calm in this situation because you're only down, I believe, once we get updated here, 1 kill, and that's tricky. Okay, so now he's got a decision to make. I was going to say he's got the rifts. He's got a lot of different utilities here that he can kind of pick and choose from. I'm not surprised. Yep, go ahead and collect the mats.
I think I would have dropped my AK for that bow if I was playing.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the AK myself.
Me
and
neither.
you can still fire the bow pretty darn quick. So
You can.
I like it. And unfortunately doesn't get a lot of mats out of that he probably would have liked. His setup, though, overall, pretty
looks
darn
pretty
good.
good.
Yeah.
Got that Tommy gun. He got that AK for long range. Got that shotgun to back him up. Plenty of heals and a glider redeployed to be aggressive and careless building.
That's the biggest thing. And just being able to maybe, I don't know, I like playing the weird strategies sometimes when you get into these late games, battles where you're just trying to pick off 1 or 2 kills. Why not get into a tall build battle? You have redeploys, redeploy away, shoot it down, get those free kills,
For
those
sure.
knocks, but it's a little bit tricky because he's going up against multiple people here, so it's mainly more about using the redeploys as, you know, making sure when those third parties come in like you were talking about earlier and you get shot down, you're in the place not to die off of fall damage.
He's going to rotate into Loot Lake, trying to find some players. Could possibly farm up that metal fences, which give you a ton of metal.
He's got the time to do it. He's kind of sitting in the middle of the rotations here. The biggest thing is making sure he doesn't get caught off guard. Players going through the slipstreams, able to get some eyes on him and catch him over here farming here. But he's got a little bit of time to work with. And then, like you said, catch this rotate to catch more people just running around. Hopefully maybe looting or in the open. But there's still a whole lot of people left for as big as his circle is. I mean, 40 people this late in the game is a little bit surprising as the bow comes in.
Ooh, That's the bow is devastating. Even if it's not a perfect hit, it still does 100 damage because of the splash.
And this is one of those situations where holding on to that rift to go might have been helpful because he could have maybe gotten away, but he does land the peak shot there, collecting on 30 damage.
And it looks like the enemy's the second guy. Okay, he does have a launch pad. Okay. I would try to get into the slipstream maybe, but then again, he is getting shot. But I got to be careful because that launch pad is up to grabs for the enemy as well, so you got to move quick.
I was going to say, maybe he's trying to juke him a little bit here by outmaneuvering from the launch. Able to land these shotgun shots and not coming through. He lands 70 in there, gets him down to the white, and I didn't see the knock come through. Oh my goodness.
Good kill by Dice. No, yeah, having any mobility like that, the launch pad or rift, just to reset the fight like that is key to some fights. Especially like that one, because he had the high ground on both those players because they chased him.
He showed why he's still in this winter semis here, because he should have not won that 2v1 going into that week. He's got another team pushing in here. Hopefully he's able to get some builds just to collect himself here. Catches one guy with the white shield with the shotgun off to the side. Hits the other guy with the combat shotgun away. Says, you need to back off and give me a little bit of time to work on your buddy here. Catches this guy off guard. Isn't able to land the drum shotgun shots, and he has to refocus up here on the back as this guy tries to collect the high ground on him.
Looks like the enemy, ooh, gets a nice headshot right there. I think that was a knock right there too. Now just needs to focus on the second guy. He has a Tommy gun to take it out and just spray him. Gets a nice shotgun shot there and uses the Tommy gun to finish the fight off.
His ability to turn these 2v1s into 1v1 situations is so key and critical right now to his success. He only has one mini to work with, down all the way to 19 health. So he's really hoping maybe to find some campfires, some bandages, something to get his health up. But now he's taken the lead. He's up 8-7, and he's got all the best guns to work with right now.
I did see him leave some minis behind too, so I mean he's already in the lead. I don't think he's that much stressed about it, but that extra 25 shields would have been useful.
It's huge. It makes such a big difference, especially like we saw there. He was able to pop that one mini, which probably was the only reason he was able to get away
for
from
sure.
that and end up walking out the victor.
Cranking some 90s, showing for the stream, showing
And
off his edits.
I was just about to say maybe we should get some confirmation on that, but it might be a situation where this is, again, since this is winners finals,
That he
Rogue,
takes it home.
yeah, Rogue is unfortunately out, and he likes to be a little bit tricky there. I see what he did. He liked to play chicken.
That's what I like about the glider redeploy. You can redeploy it as late as you want, as long as you're not touching the ground. You can deploy it whenever.
And at least I've watched some clips recently where there's some glitches that happen with the vehicle sometimes where you land and you're supposed to land and it says you don't and you die. So
Yep.
anything you could do to avoid a tricky situation like that is always helpful. But I'm going to go with my man Dice. Is really feeling himself here. He's just kind of popping some sound out, trying to draw some attention to keep this going as much as possible. But right now, being up 3 kills on Rogue, this is where you want to be in winners semis for sure.
Finds a few bandages to heal up to 75, and he has a campfire too. He's going to be able to get to 100 HP.
So I'm really curious to see how long he's able to make this work for him here, because I've seen so far a few situations I would expect teams to be able to come in and take him out, but DICE showing why he is in this winners finals right now with the clean edits as he heals. Something that you can just do to kind of make sure you stay warmed. Anytime I feel like in Fortnite you get a little bit too stagnant, sometimes that can just get you a little bit stale when the gunfight challenges come. But I mean, he doesn't really have to do a whole lot here except wait for people to come to him. I think he's probably like in the middle of the circle right now.
For sure, and there's 19 players left too. I want to see him take the victory royale. There's an airdrop in front of him too. I'm curious if he's going to maybe go for it.
Always go for the drop, no matter what.
True.
You know people are going to shoot. Why not?
It looks like he spots some people. Unfortunately, misses the first shot, loses all his shields. One player being up in the high ground, the other one playing the low ground. Making it a little tricky when being pressured from both sides. And the Tommy gun spray, or the SMG, or Tommy gun spray just coming in.
He was doing a really good job of trying to, take the gunfights on one by one, but unfortunately just getting out-positioned. Whenever you go up against multiple people at once, it's just so hard because you have
Definitely.
2 angles, 3 angles to worry about. It's a little bit hard to recover from that, but he's up on the lead, 3 kills, so once we get confirmation if that was the final round for them or not, he's moving forward. If not, he's going into the next round up 3, so that's pretty big.
That is. That's huge.
We've gotten a lot of confirmations on what we thought we would see tonight, the Spray Fest.
Yep.
Do you think it's going to change anytime soon? Do you think Fortnite's going to bring back the pump pretty soon?
Knowing what Epic has done lately, like just in the past month or two, I feel like they're just a little too stubborn at the moment to bring a pump back anytime soon.
What about...
But I hope they prove me wrong. I really
Yeah.
do.
I like I said, so far I'm a huge fan of the slipstreams. I think that's probably one
I
of
like
the
them a lot too.
biggest improvements they've made to Fortnite, just because it seems like it's a lot more quote-unquote fun to play Fortnite right now because of them.
Yep.
Your ability to see people, to get into gunfights, to know where people are. There's not as many lull moments, I guess, which is kind of
Yeah,
what I didn't like about the last season of Fortnite,
for sure.
is everybody just flying away from me in Baller. So
Yep.
I don't know. I'm excited to see what Season 9 goes into tails. We got a lot more winners action to bring back to you guys and a lot more Fortnite Frenzy fun. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back, you guys. So welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a break there, and we're going to go back into some Fortnite action here pretty soon. But before we do, a whole lot of action from all the different locations tonight, and I believe we're going into Oakland, which we're going with our leader, Dynamite, who hasn't lost a week yet. So this is pretty darn hyped to be getting into. I mean, we get to watch
how he plays.
A 5-time league. If you're in Oakland right now and you're not Dynamite, you guys need to be running over there and just asking this man, like, what does he do for practice? I mean, we were talking about right now being in creative. What is he doing to make sure he's taking home that first place spot right now? But he is in winter semis, so looks like he's going up against, I'm going to say, is it Vipfi? These names are so creative sometimes. I get a little bit
It's
confused.
pretty hard. That's gamer tags. But from the looks of it already, I can already see it from like his movement, how he's just moving around and everything. You can see he's definitely a really good player for sure.
It's funny you mention that because like obviously we've been casting a while, so we know what to look for. People that are watching or maybe new to Fortnite don't always know a whole lot. I guess maybe trying to figure out what's the difference between a skilled player and a non-skilled player, and like you said, his ability to switch between his builds, his guns, to collect materials. You know, a lot of people don't see these small things that these players are doing that make such a huge difference.
How quick he is, just how, like for example, like that, just locking on, knowing, having that feeling to the sense of like where just snipe, even though it didn't connect right there, for example, being able to like quick scope him there.
So now he's really got to try to close the distance here. It is 0-0, so I don't expect him to use the rift to make sure this cleanup comes up, but he does got to make sure this.
He's a launch pad, perfect.
There we go.
And his teammate's not even there by the knocked enemy yet, so.
Gets the high ground, natural, gets the shotgun shot. Unfortunately, loses the pyramid battle. Able to get the reset here, doesn't land the shot. Gets a clean edit for the floor build there, and I like the stink, kind of flushing this guy out. Gets the elim.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Was there? I think there was another team pulling up. I think that's why he uses the rift there. Otherwise, I definitely think he would have stuck with that fight for sure. Or was his teammate there? I think his teammate pulled up. That might have been. Was it that? I'm not 100% sure. I missed it a little bit, but.
Me too. I'm kind of, I guess, a little bit confused like you are about why he decided to use that rift.
For sure.
But I'm going to go and trust your call that, like you said, maybe we heard or saw something in the corner eye, a third-party team coming in, because it seemed like he was doing everything right in that situation.
He was. He definitely had that fight.
Yeah.
For sure.
And this is just one of those things that could be, again, showing us why he is the 5-time champ. And if you're a Fortnite fan and you want to show us some action, this is somebody that I want you guys to come down to one of our locations and try to take out, because this man, again, has gone undefeated for 5 weeks in a row. So to be able to do that in a LAN environment in Fortnite is pretty big. One of the games that we were talking about isn't always the best at being consistent.
Yeah, this game definitely, if it was just one game that we're playing in, it'd be too much RNG. It's all about how consistent you could be. That's BR. Any BR esports is all about just consistency throughout many games.
And see, that's my biggest thing with Fortnite, that I have both a love and a hate with, is the inconsistencies. You know, you can have fun some days on Fortnite, and other days you can want to pull your hair out and break your keyboard. But
that's the beginning of every season.
Exactly, and that's what we're seeing tonight so far, is a whole lot of different strategies being employed. Gameplay that we're watching tonight's a little bit different than we've seen in the previous weeks, which is refreshing, I guess.
For sure.
We're not the biggest fans of what Fortnite did to the pump. We can agree on that. However, the spray mechanics have made it a little bit more high-paced or action, where we haven't seen a single victory royale tonight, unfortunately.
This might be the one.
You think so?
I'm not going to jinx it. I don't want to say it will be. I'm not going to say it won't be either. Yeah, those things are a little bit confusing. How you need to build up. He does spot an enemy too. Especially, he should be able to laser this guy, but he's not going to.
I think he's waiting for maybe the second guy to come through, but not 100% sure if there is one. He can kind of tail this guy now if he wants to. He does find the minis, which is a good thing.
He also was in the lake right there, so maybe he didn't want that guy to land on top of him, just in case.
Being in the water is probably one of the most frustrating things, just because of the amount of slow movement that you're forced to.
And how many mats you're forced to use.
Mm-hmm. So like you called out here, he's kind of not doing the dolphin dive to move fast or anything, just taking his time. Goes up a little bit there, and I think he's maybe just trying to hunt down where this guy might have went to. We do see some fresh builds there.
But I totally agree with his decision not pushing it to Neo tilted. I just think it's too risky.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too many angles from where people can be hiding and getting third party from, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my Fortnite pals were always quick to feed me a hard time about not being the biggest fan of going to Tilted when they first introduced it.
Yep.
And my biggest frustration with them was I don't have a problem with dying or losing a gun or a build fight. But when someone's just hiding in a random window and shoots me because I'm getting in a gunfight with someone else, that was my biggest frustration with Tilted.
That's what made Tilted so hard.
Yeah. And Neo Tilted now, I feel like it takes a little bit of that away, but there's still so many places for people to hide, and it's still so new and fresh that I'm going to stay away from a while, yeah.
That you don't know, you're not familiar with it yet.
Nope, and anything I am not familiar with, I stay away from, except for anything from Jack in the Box that Jack in the Box introduces, because everything that Jack in the Box produces is gold. So, shout-outs to Jack in the Box for keeping us all full with tacos tonight. We'll be getting a munching meal. And then a shout out to Overwatch, because obviously all these guys here that you're watching tonight, everybody in chat, they're playing in either our flagship locations or one of our Walmart locations, and they're all powered by our Overwatch powered PCs, which is pretty cool, because I mean, having a sponsor be able to provide a system where these guys can play on is pretty cool, because now they can go to a Walmart while their mom is shopping or grocery shopping, you know, and getting some clothes, maybe some laundry soap for their dirty socks, and they can say, you know what, Mom, while you're doing my laundry for me later on because you're shopping at Walmart, I could play some Fortnite.
Definitely, and that was kind of interesting. He actually marked the enemies for his teammate, even though they're competing against each other. That's interesting. Trying to get some nice tags, and unfortunately that did get buggy bombed, but his enemy did as well, allowing his teammate to still clean up the kills there easily.
That was probably one of the best dance-offs we've seen in Fortnite thus far.
But he does take the ball. 21 players remaining, and both of them look very, very like healthy with their loadouts, shields, and everything.
Yeah, like you said, I was a little bit surprised to see him call out the enemy there, but we did see that in a previous week's strategy where players were kind of sticking closer together and working together to get the elims. I mean, being in Battle Royale, it's not a bad strategy, because at the end of the day, your chances, like we've talked about before, winning a 2v1 or 3v1 situation are pretty slim. So to kind of work together is beneficial, because at the end of the day, one of you's walking away with the kill, but what makes that tricky is if, like in this case, he's giving all of them to his opponent here.
Would you look at that? I did not know about that. That was added this season for sure. That was a broken hut last season, so they're rebuilding it, and there's a ton of pallets in there. That's good to know.
He got at least, what, 200 wood off of that
for
one
sure.
little room, so that's going to be a farming spot for sure to know about.
Here's people gliding in the slipstream. Was able to get a couple tags there. Not too much, though. He has a heavy sniper, though. Gonna try to maybe punish him for peeking too long. Ooh, the enemies have heavy sniper, too, though. I'm surprised he was not supporting his ramps with any floors or walls, just so he couldn't be shot down that easily.
Like you said, it was definitely a little bit risky once that we heard that heavy sniper shot come out. He lands a few shots with the assault rifle, again with the tack, knocks the shield, hopefully able to get the finish as this guy tries to redeploy away, catches the slip screen, and is maybe just going to try to get away here.
Ooh, complete lasers him too. It looks like he's going to chase him.
both players now engaging on this, and they only need to get a few shots in. He might catch this guy off guard, thinking he's going to get some free shots. Doesn't land the shotgun shot, gets the high ground though, and now it's all about the build battle as the Tommy gun comes through, trying to push him through with the drum gun, and this is going to be a little bit tricky here.
Gonna try to get the wall replaced. Maybe retake high ground here. Catch him off guard while he's editing. Unfortunately, he gets hit pretty hard, and the Tommy gun ends up just melting him.
This is what you don't want to see if you're Dynamite here, because unfortunately he didn't have any spray guns. Looks like his opponent, Dr. V, might be able to win this engagement. He's marking the opponent here, so this might be their overall strategy, just to try to get kills collectively and take on everyone as a team. But both of them unfortunately drop, so looks like Dynamite with 1. Dr. V, we're thinking...
I think he has 2, 3.
I want to say 2 or 3, so he's
Yeah.
in the lead at least, because it didn't
Oh, he's
officially
4.
update there. Again, a great call out by you, or the strategy of marking the enemy. It's something we haven't seen for a few weeks. People work together, so I'm not sure why that's happening or where it's coming from, but I don't hate it. I don't disagree with it. Yeah.
It's definitely interesting for sure, because I mean, like, if they're fighting for the same kills, just working on the same team, you know, they're trying to steal each other's kills, which might be their strategy, because it is, like you said, it's definitely harder to go against 2v1.
Oh, yeah. And I'd feel better about myself if I lost a kill match, knowing that I lost going after the same kills as my opponent versus going and losing a 2v1, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I kind of like this strategy. It's something that's refreshing to see. And again, we've seen it a few times before, but it's not a very popular one. And I'm going to call out our Orange County location a little bit, because I know one of the rule sets that we have here sometimes is we force the players to land, or they have to mark different locations on the opposite side of the map when they first land. And then I believe they're not able to be in the same location until the final circle. Now,
Interesting.
that's got to kind of almost be thrown out the window now with the slipstream introduction, because
Yeah.
you can legit get from one side of the map in like 15,
In
20
no time,
seconds
yeah.
now. Yeah, it's crazy. So a whole bunch of stuff coming into play here. We're seeing these guys load up for the next game, so it's going to be exciting to see. Again, we'll see the kills updated by our production team, but I want to say, again, like you called out, he's up only 3 or 4 kills, and knowing that Dynamite has won
That's a decent amount.
5 weeks in a row, he's chasing 5 kills now.
Yeah.
This is the week where he might finally meet his demise, I think. And
Maybe.
what might be a little bit curious is I don't think it's going to make a big enough difference on the point ladder.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Yeah, he's still going to be first place for sure. But 3 kills behind is not terrible. Definitely doable. Looks like he's going to make his way to Loot Lake. Or is he landing on top of here? Never mind. Yeah, he was just checking out, scouting out the area around him, trying to see where everyone else is landing around him.
He was debating us for sure.
100%.
But I have seen, as weird as it sounds, a lot of people go to that mountain right by Loot Lake, because there's those automatic 2 chests between Luke and what's the other city right there, because people like making those 2 rotate. So it kind of makes sense, but not a whole lot of loot. And he lands the 90 shot with the hunting rifle.
Ooh, only if he had anything to back it up. Like that pistol right there would have been so nice. Pretty sure he's going to try to get that kill, though.
He's got to hunt this player down before he gets any shields up. He's going to try to hop in this water, maybe use the mountain just as some natural protection, and he gets the knock.
Last second, too.
So now he has time to put this 50 pot on. He only has 27 bullets left in this pistol, so he's got to make sure whatever shots he takes are on point.
Gets another pistol, but suppressed. Unfortunately, not the best loot for him, but he does have 200 shields. And he completely lasers the other guy.
My word.
That's why you don't want to be in the water right there. Like, it's just so slow. If you don't have any mats, it's going to be incredibly difficult to run away from any gunshots.
And you can see here, he's being smart about it. He's sticking closer to the edge than being over in the middle of the water like you called out, getting stuck, being slow there. And right now, he's got a great setup. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't keep maybe
One of the pistols or take the AK. He did go for the infantry rifle. Okay.
something with a little
I think
bit.
that's a little bit of a smarter play for sure. I mean,
Right.
because the fire rate of the attack shotgun, you don't really need an SMG to back it up. But having that infantry rifle as a long range weapon to just tag them before being close is definitely.
Now, do you recall offhand how much head damage one of the pistols does?
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I think. I want to say they can do 40, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
I think 46 if
not
up
bad.
close.
Okay. So he's caught between two guys here, and again calls out where both enemies are. He uses the bomb here. I like just to reposition himself, make sure he doesn't give himself away. Catches the headshot, but doesn't get the pickup. Hopefully able to get this knock here. The guy's all the way down to 70. He only needs one shot from one of these guns to finish him off here.
Gets the headshot with the tack, finishing him off. Gets a med kit too. He gets not too many mats, unfortunately. That's one thing I don't like about Loot Lake, which is it's definitely better this season, but the mats have never been very good.
Not at all, no. And just unfortunately getting caught between the water, like you said, that's one of the things that's going to eat up any of these extra materials that he does have right now. Luckily, he has one more bomb to hopefully buy himself a little bit of room where he might not be seen here, trying to maneuver himself around so he doesn't give up his position to the enemy here. Doesn't catch this guy off guard like he did the last one, though.
And he's already had 3 kills, so he's already tied it up. Breaks that guy's shield with the infantry. That's the thing. The infantry, after they buffed the infantry rifle, taking away the bullet lead, this gun is definitely way more reliable than it used to be.
It's, I think, one of the most underutilized guns right now in Fortnite. Like you said, with the buff right now, just look at the damage and the accuracy
sure.
of this gun. It's putting in shots and work right now. Looking to clean him up with maybe 1 or 2 more shots of his infantry rifle. Opponent, his teammate is coming in here, so now it is a 2v1. He does have the blue tack, but it looks like he's maybe just trying to reposition himself. Gets the knock. Now he's just got to clean this other guy up. And as we called out, this gun does so much work if you get those headshots in. So he's going to try to close the distance in here. Don't think the enemy sees him coming yet.
And I like how patient he's playing too. He's a very patient player, just taking his time, using the infantry rifle to his advantage, just trying to tag them as much as he can before going up and close.
And what I noticed is he did a very good job of, like you said, really keeping an eye on where his opponent was, not really getting lost in the environment. And my favorite thing is he took the time to kind of break down some trees, because he only had, and he still only has I don't even think he has a full
I think it's
wall.
like 70 metal. I can't really see. It's cutting out right there, but
Okay, yeah, so that's what my
Yeah, he's
question was. Was
low.
it 70 or 7?
Yeah.
And in Fortnite, you know, being low on mats in the water is just a big no-no. So for him to get out of that alive is pretty darn lucky.
for sure. And now he's already in the lead with, and he already has 6 kills. So I would definitely just focus up on farming, maybe get those mats for your next fight. I mean, his loadout's looking good. I like the infantry attack loadout. Tommy gun would be nice, but I like how he has the stinks too. So if he gets a knock, or gets someone really tagged up, so they start turtling, he can just pressure them out.
Yep, that's one of been my biggest things early on in Fortnite when they first introduced stink bombs. There's something that I was surprised that more people didn't collect or exclusively look for because of what you just said. When you land a good headshot or attack shot on somebody and they have to turtle up and heal or reposition themselves, sometimes the easiest thing to get that kill or to flush them out is a stink bomb. You don't even really have to hit them with it, but it just forces them out of their position.
Gives you complete control of the fight.
And I can't tell you how many times I've been trying to get away just to heal and been forced out by a stink bomb. And you have to move because
they're the worst.
That small damage does add up really quick.
Just focusing on his mats right now. Messing with his mouse maybe a little bit too.
Yeah, definitely trying to stay maybe a little bit warm. Just, again, I'm going to thank Fortnite so much for this update with the introduction of these slipstreams and making the game a little bit more fast-paced, but I think that's why we see a lot of the switches and the over-edits and things is because people get bored just having to run around like he is right now and chase people. He's hungry. He wants to take people out. He pulls out the hunting rifle, or the attack rifle here. He goes with the stink and able to connect a little bit here. No shots coming in with the rifle, but now he's hitting them. Here comes the attack as he gets closer, and now his
teammates pulling up too, so he got to be quick if he wants those kills, and he gets the knock on the first guy.
And his teammate actually cleaned him up, and he jacks his ball.
And he took all the loot as well from the kill, from thirsting him as well.
He sees the guy in the shadow, which I barely caught out of the corner of my eye, so kudos to him, but the guy catches the
did he go into the slipstream?
I think so, yeah. He does have the ball for some quick movement to hopefully get back onto the tail of this guy here.
Looks like he might want to go for the chase. He's just looking around everywhere in the sky, just all around him, farming a few mats. Meanwhile, just trying to find anybody he can try to spot for extra kills.
I think that's the biggest thing he's got to do right now is really just get maybe 1 or 2 more kills underneath his belt. Make sure he can solidify the lead right here. And the big thing, like you called out, is maybe get some mats off of those because he's a little bit low on the mat count right now.
He is, 100%.
So, I mean, as far as rotates go, though, he's at least got the ball. He's got a minute left to work with, but he's got to start making some moves pretty darn quick here, right?
Just trying to see if there's anybody in the ravine. Anybody rotating to the slipstream. There's 23 players remaining.
I was about to say, better get back in that ball quick before he gets jacked right back. And
For sure.
doing a much better job of kind of just moving around, not taking any shots if he doesn't need to. Again, this is one of my biggest complaints about this is the mobility with this is so good.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Like using that grappler to just like build up that speed is crazy.
And it takes a little bit of practice too, which a lot of people don't realize.
For sure. Sounds like they heard a heavy sniper in the distance. And they want it. Here's some other people gliding as well in the slipstream. Goes right past him. I think he might be a little more interested in them than the people that are actually in tilted. Tries to take a few shots at them while they're in the slipstream because they're fairly vulnerable because they can't shoot back. Also, if they're not dolphin diving, they do become a pretty easy target to hit.
He's got to make sure, as you called out, though, he doesn't leave himself a little bit exposed as well, just kind of sitting out in the open, taking those shots. But does get back in the baller, repositions himself and the baller, make sure it's nice and safe, doesn't get taken away. They're kind of reusing these recycled builds here to hold and maintain high ground. And they're doing a really good job of kind of playing together, but not being overly aggressive where it leaves either one of them more exposed. And catches this guy off in the split stream. They might push this engagement here finally. Does do the big no-no that we talked about leaving himself in the water. But again, when you have the ball, you're not too worried about much.
For sure. Yeah, they're both just trying to rotate into the storm, trying to chase those players that were in the slipstream.
Not sure if he's going to push this guy or if he saw him to his left, but they were just running right out in the open behind him. So I'm really surprised he didn't get any shots in the back. Both teams just completely missing each other here, I think.
There were some gunshots, I think, just shot from behind, or is it above?
I think either above or right below him here. I saw these guys right at the bottom side of the mountain. They didn't pick up this chest up top.
Some people in the sky uses the infantry rifle, trying to laser him out. Fortunately, not able to connect any other shots yet. Definitely a little bit frustrating for sure.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Tags him for the last 2, and he was weak too. Just 2 shots, tags him for 64 in total, and gets an easy kill in the sky.
And that's one of the things I've always been really nervous about myself coming from the first-person shooter environment I do is you don't take shots unless you know you're going to take people out.
For
It
sure.
gives away your position. But luckily here he's able to find one guy around the tree, gets one tack shot off, Doesn't connect with the second one. Now he's giving up the high ground. The guy tries to fall down in his box. And he's getting some help now from his teammate here. It's a 2v1, and it looks like the Inlim's coming in here as he throws the stink bomb out. Loses track of the guy. Trying to reposition here and regain the high ground as a third party might be coming in pretty soon, so they want to get this clean up pretty quick here, wasting a little bit of time.
Gets the wall replaced, tags over 115, was able to get a follow-up tack shot as well to finish off the kill.
And this is going to be something that is going to answer a lot of my questions here. Is he's got both now, the combat shotgun and the tack shotgun, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see which one he really prefers. And
he hates it.
He hates it out the window. So.
No,
Yep.
I was actually interested he was going to use it too, because the thing about the new shotgun, it actually has a lot better range than the tack, so I was going to wonder if he's going to use both, but he does find himself a Tommy gun, so that's a lot better than the new shotgun for sure.
He danced on us.
He did.
He's like, you think I like this new gun? Nah.
Nah. Bring back the pump.
Right? Fortnite, what have you done to us? But, I mean, he's up 5 kills right now, so he's feeling pretty darn good about himself. He leaves the ball behind for his teammate if they need it here, but again,
They can use the sky base to travel a lot further as well.
I was going to say, and not maybe be as of a nuisance.
Let's hope they don't
Make the same mistake as the
previous players.
Oh, I felt so bad when he landed on that.
Or just like accidentally walked right off because it didn't allow you to go glide all the way up to the top.
Right? Like, it should have at least like thrown him up in the air and gave him a second chance or something.
For sure.
But only 8 people left alive now. They're in a great spot here. Throwing the random jump pad.
Wow, he sells another launch pad after that. He's a ton. He does spot some players up top. Looks like a few ballers trying to play very scrim style in pubs. Gonna try to go for the high ground. There's a little side jump up here. Gets the high. Looks like, yeah, he has the high ground. No, wait, there's a player above him. He does tag him though. A headshot on the other player down low. Loses all his shields. Decides to turtle back up just to heal and reconsider his plays.
Teammate comes in. He's looking for the bottom kill now. Kind of repositioning himself here. Gets a clean edit. This guy's just bandaging for no reason in the corner. Says, what are you doing, my man?
Gets an easy free kill just like that. I love that. Right, what he did right there too is that the enemy was already spraying in with a Tommy gun, and after a while the Tommy gun's bloom gets a little wide, and he punishes that just by spraying right back at him.
And that was something that's not always done there, but they took the offensive by putting some shots in this other team that started to push them there, which is sometimes what you need to do is just make them back off a little bit.
Yep,
Because
buy
when
some
you
time.
turtle up, give up the high ground, now you're in a worse spot. And right away now they're repositioning themselves. They're taking it off. They're hungry. They want this victory royale, ladies and gentlemen. They're putting on the action for us tonight.
Some people still playing the baller, trying to break down that baller. The Tommy gun should be good for that. Unfortunately, he's a little too far though. Breaks the ball.
And now this player finds him in a bad position as far as being on the corner of the storm at the bottom of a hill. Looks like he's taking shots from above as well. Daimai's got to be careful that he doesn't start getting third-party from that same team, which he does. Gets beamed from above. He's got to find time to hopefully take in these minis here, but he's pushing for this kill on this guy on the bottom floor here. And I think his teammate might be trying to play this side view or get high ground here. Catches the guy at the bottom with attack, and now it's an easy cleanup for a 2v2 situation. Hopefully for the final, 2 battles here? And they're doing such a great job. Again, playing as weird as it sounds, a team in this competitive environment.
For sure. It's actually kind of interesting to see.
I like it a lot. Dr. V could technically come back out of nowhere. I mean, he is down a total of 5 kills right now, so with there being only 4 people left, unfortunately, mathematically, it's impossible as he was holding the edit for no reason there. His teammate kind of chuckles in the corner of his eyes as he just stands out in the open going, what are you doing, bro?
Spots out 2 players. It might have been 4.
I was going to say, might have been both final teams here going for the ball. They catch one guy out in the open here, the other 2 right below him, so this is going to be an easy cleanup as these guys try to recollect themselves in a third-party cleanup.
Bringing
All kinds
up
of
Tommy
explodes
guns.
coming out.
Builds up for the height. Misses his tack shotgun, unfortunately. Uses that Tommy gun to finish it off.
I love it. They catches him as he's floating away. A beautiful set of teamwork that we don't always see again in a competitive environment. And that's a 21 kill duo bomb for the victory royale. Dynamite, my man, this is, I guess, why apparently you are the 5-time champion. I mean, whew. So hopefully you guys are all hyped up after that action, because my man, he put on a show. So we're going to hop over to Tulsa now for their grand finals, which we get to hop on board with. I believe we were watching him earlier because I recognized the glasses. My man was putting on a show when he got those double snipes.
Yep, I remember that. Also, what I find really interesting with Season 9, it looks like a lot of players are starting to run the infantry rifles.
It makes sense. I like the bloom of it in the damage
I agree.
rate. I think that's been my biggest complaint overall with, as you talked about, the ARs, is just the bloom. They're not consistent, so.
Yeah, definitely like the bloom reset and just how little bloom there is to the infantry rifle is a lot better than the normal ARs. Even though you don't have as much ammo, still.
So I used to get fed a really hard time when I played Call of Duty when I was younger because people thought I had a modded controller. And that's something that I overutilize, not so much since they nerfed them a little bit, but silenced pistols and pistols for the longest time I felt like for whatever reason people just didn't like, and I would sometimes use them more than assault rifles because, again, knowing that the gunfight's going to get close, the fire rate and my ability to just spam the trigger, I felt like did way more damage than the assault rifles did. And again, now with, I like the AK, but I like the silenced pistol so much more. I don't know why, it fits me so much better.
Yeah. Taking the hoverboards. That's probably, I like the hoverboards, they're a lot of fun and stuff like that, but you're really exposed.
Oh yeah.
And it takes a while to get off them. They're a little weird to move around, turning and stuff like that. Oh, if he lands a snipe like this, that'd be epic.
If he lands a snipe like that, we're sending that man some Jack in the Box tacos for sure. So if you're hungry, my man, you want to go home with the full stomach and some Fortnite swag, you got to land an awesome hoverboard sniper rifle, and he finds the apple. So apparently he doesn't want any Jack in the Box. He says, I'm going to eat
He's already
healthy.
full.
What are you doing, man? I'm trying to corrupt you with fast food and junk and saturated fats, and you're just over here beaming people with the rifle.
Just like that. You can see how quickly the bloom resets on the infantry rifle, creating it, basically making it a laser beam.
Such a huge difference between the AK right there.
For sure, 100%. This is a way better AK. A way better alternative. Breaks his shield there, gets a nice headshot for 88.
He's pushing the engagement here, gets him knocked down. Now he's got to make sure he gets the second guy off guard. He's pushing in quick, wins the high ground, catches him with the spin. 71 to the head with attack. Can he get the finish here? Luckily, he doesn't take too much damage, which was the scariest thing, seeing that gunfight come through when he missed those 2 shots. But luckily, picks up the fat shield now, able to get back up, hopefully all the way to 100.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get oh, unfortunately, the grenades come out of nowhere from up top from the sky base. This is one thing that was probably one of my biggest worries when I saw those sky bases introduced. It's going to be, if that's in the circle, like a small circle, whoever's up there has the ultimate high ground.
Yep. We've seen it happen a few times just with like the natural landscape that's been introduced so far, like mountains and stuff, you know, how helpful it is to get up there. And he just beams this guy. He's got no shields now. Does have to recuperate a little bit for himself now, but he has a little bit of time to buy since the guy can now spray him from above. Hopefully they might be getting third-partied here. And looking at the scoreboard, this is a little bit scary here if you're wrecked, because so far he's been having a great night tonight. Again, this is a grand finals, but he is chasing 4 total kills here. Superior, who has been called out in chat by a bunch of the viewers, they've wanted to see him. He's up by 4 kills right now, so this is a great game. And I'm starting to get nervous as he goes to the sky base. I don't want him to fall off and take any damage. Going up high for the cheeky shotgun. Wins the high engagement. Both of these guys just out of position
Gets a nice shotgun shot on those guys and gets a... Oh, I thought he was going to trap in there for a second.
I believe he got the 1 knock there. He's looking for the second one, hopefully.
Gets 2... Yeah. Yeah, he did get the knock there on that guy too. See if he can finish him off right here with the SMG spray, and he gets it. For a minute there, I thought he was gonna fall off the sky base.
I was just about to say, oh no, we're not gonna have another one. And the jump pad away, which
He didn't have to use the jump pad there. He could have technically used the engines in the sky base right there to fly up. But then again, maybe he doesn't trust it after seeing what happened tonight, you know?
Right? He learned real quick. He was like, nah, I see what happens when you get too close to the edge. You just fall off. I don't want that to happen to me. We're going to do it the safe way. And kind of just recollecting himself now. So he does have the campfire. He's at 81 health, though. And being as rare as those are when these final circles, are you using it now or are you maybe saving it?
That's a good question. I personally would use it now. Because, I mean, there's no one near him. Just get into zone, maybe box up, heal up a little bit. Because, you know, every HP counts.
Oh, yeah.
There's been plenty of times where I survive with 1 HP when I shouldn't.
We saw the one gentleman earlier, what was it? 8
HP?
8 HP. That could be a win or a lose situation right now. I mean, there's 16 plus them two, so 14 total people left on the map. Recta's got to get a total of 4 as he tries to land. He's got 2 people in his sights here.
Connects a few shots right there.
He's looking for this gunfight as this team probably turtles up here, and they're just standing out in the open for no reason.
37 white. He knows they're weak, so he definitely wants to push these guys for some really easy elims.
And the rift might have come out from these guys here, as I don't see them in this truck at all.
I think there's one guy at least in there. There's one trying to run away. Currently ice skating across Greasy Grove.
He's doing a really good job of isolating these players one by one here. Both players are super weak, so he has the opportunity to at least knock one. Traps coming in from this player over here, so he's got to be wary of that. Ooh, oh my goodness, how he
Was
didn't
able to
take
dodge
any
that
damage.
trap. Perfect timing. He's gonna try to break the trap so he can thirst him.
Got plenty of time to work with here since he thirsts that guy. Really just has to make sure he doesn't dive to that trap. I like the wall coming in. When you got those slippery feet, you never know what could happen.
Trying to see if there's anybody rotating in from the zone. Did he spot someone? He spots someone up the hill. Tags him for 24 white. Keeps spraying him. He's gonna be able to easily SMG spray him. It seems like a lot of people don't have shields.
I was gonna say.
I wonder if that is something that maybe the balance ratio of shields is not there after adding the new shotgun.
It's something to look into, and
That's one thing I've noticed about
Yeah.
playing today and yesterday. Like, I had a hard time finding shields. So
especially after getting into a few gunfights, they're
Yep.
almost non-existent. And
basically,
I ran almost 2 games where after the first, circle movement, I think I only found minis once, and I was
Same.
like, all right, so. And I called out someone earlier for running double stacks of minis, but now I'm thinking back, going, yeah, he probably ran into the same situation we did. So
yeah.
trying to win the high ground here up on the sky base, or maybe just using it for some mobility here, but I'm not 100% sure if he saw anybody on the ground or not.
I think there was a player in there using a campfire, so he saw that. Tags him for 71 with attack shotgun. Just gonna keep the high ground right here. Sees the enemy turtling up, gonna get the wall replaced. He gets a nice finish there. Spots out another player, edits down on him. Headshots left and right there.
I was going to say his ability to find these headshots and these quick angles, he's not even really outbuilding everyone out of the time. He's just really being really smart about picking the particular angle to get those headshots in. And
Definitely, and the way he edits to get behind the enemy, or just how he outplays them.
oh my goodness, and if you're wrecked, that was the noise that you wanted to hear. You're up 2 kills with that last engagement. Your opponent goes down here. Now you just got to make sure that you basically pick up any more kills that you can to solidify the lead going into the final moments here.
And going up that zip line was a little bit risky, but it worked out pretty well. And he gets a knock there out of the zone, trying to wait for the other player to push out of his 1-by-1. He sees another player going into a ball a little bit above. He's going to continue rotating into zone.
He's got the perfect position, like you said here, with this guy. Gets this guy out of the baller.
Has the height on him. Try to get the wall replacer here. The zone is still pushing them, so they both have to continue running in the zone if they don't want to take any HP damage. Unfortunately, gets hit pretty hard there and is getting sprayed.
Didn't have any mobility, but I believe he is going in with at least a 3 or 4 kill lead. So that's going to be huge if that wasn't the final game there. So
For sure.
he made a, what did I say, a 5 kill run back. At one point, he was down like 4 or 5 kills. So to make that comeback was huge, and he did it like that. I mean, that's bravo to my man Rect out there. You put on a show. His edits were clean. His builds were clean.
His aim was clean.
That rifle, I mean, uh-oh.
So this was a tie.
Whew. So we just got confirmation from our production team, guys. 13 kills.
To 13.
The 13, it's a death match, which means this is it.
This is it.
Last man standing, most kills wins. If you're a believer in, what is it, Gamer Glue, Gamer Grip, just a good old-fashioned towel, your pants, whatever you need to do to get that sweat off your hands, because it's coming, you guys. This is the final rounds here. I mean,
For sure.
and these are 2 guys that are putting on a show right now.
These are some good players.
Oh, yeah,
So
these-
this is going to be very interesting to see how they're going to play this.
And he wasn't afraid to really challenge anyone there.
He wasn't at all. He was very
That's-
confident, which is a good trait to have.
Oh, yeah. Because sometimes that hesitation can sometimes be your ultimate demise, is when
Yeah.
you don't trust yourself.
It's that mentality.
Yep. I've always been a strong believer of make your decision, whether it's right or wrong, and learn from it then. But if you never make that decision, like you said earlier, you don't take those shots, you
Yep.
never know what's going to come of it, and you don't get that opportunity to learn. So, again, shout out to everybody that's showing up tonight. The 2 guys that we're watching right now, you guys, Superior and Rex. 13-13 grand finals. I see the L, unfortunately, next to Superior's name, so he's coming from the loser's bracket here.
So he must be pretty happy, though, that they're tied up right now.
Oh,
But
yeah.
he has a second chance to possibly take the win here.
And this is a little bit of a risky move, not landing anywhere right away. Using the slipstreams, luckily gets 2 guns. So now it's just about getting some shields and getting some kills right away. He does know that there might be some people next to him, so kind of just trying to build his materials and move as quick as he can here. One of the newer locations, so I'm kind of trying to memorize myself where all the boxes are at and everything right now.
Definitely. And hopefully he'll find some shields before he goes into that fight, because I think I did see 1 or 2 players land next to him, so
I was going to say there was quite a few people flying above or near that slipstream, and we see the open door there, so we know there's definitely someone close.
nice impulse grenade there to get up top of the biggest building there for the ultimate high ground. He also has boogie bombs, so I hope he uses those towards his advantage.
Knowing that he has that green tack,
He could deal a lot of damage, and
Oh, yeah.
most likely also knowing that the enemy hopefully doesn't have any shield or very little shields.
that's going to be the biggest thing here, is if that other person has a shield, that it's going to be a little bit tough for him to pull this out. So boogie bombs are going to be really key here. I don't know if this other player heard him make these maneuvers or not. He hears the chest being opened up here, so definitely knows this other guy has a shotgun from what I heard as well. So it's going to be a tricky fight.
I was gonna say I would definitely go for a roof replacement. Try to just see where he is. Just try to get some information. Gets the boogie bomb there. Is gonna tag him for 120 and gets. Oh, unfortunately, he wasn't able to connect the 3rd shot there to knock him. Goes for the side jump, misses that. He's gonna have to play low. He can try to take that wind thing to go up height if he wanted to, but he gotta be careful because I think he's out of mats.
I think he's out of mats. He's got that other guy shooting him from the side here, so this is going to be a weird engagement for him to try to win. I think he's just going to try to build, or
And knock him down.
yeah, knock this guy down, which is what I agree with. But again, he's got to worry about this guy to the side here. Isn't able to find him.
Oh, unfortunately, the other guy was able to heal as well, so he gets knocked down because the other guy was able to build up height while he was knocking him down. And you can just see the disappointment on his face.
I'm disappointed right there with you, man. My man, I feel bad. He had that first gunfight. He popped off 2 shots, took the
He
guy's
did.
shield off.
He was literally 5 HP if I did the math right. He was so low.
Oh, and that other guy though, just again, that's one of the things that I've again been so frustrated with Fortnite is the ability to get shot from the side and you have no control over that
Yeah.
situation.
Especially if you don't have mats, it becomes extremely difficult.
So we see Superior. He, I believe, dropped 2 kills. So we get confirmation that it is a reset
It's a
because, like I
reset.
said, Superior had the L next to his name.
Yep.
So if you're wrecked, a chance to breathe, collect yourself.
It's not over.
Whew, relax. You get a second chance here, but that's how big and quick Fortnite has the potential to change in an instant like that. I mean,
Definitely.
you can be crowned a winner out of nowhere for, I'm not even going to say a simple mistake, just a simple situation that he didn't come out the
For
victor
sure.
for, unfortunately. So, like, what would you say the math was? 5 health? I mean,
He had at least less than 20 HP for sure.
so he's able to clean that first guy up, win that engagement, and then obviously push that second one. It's then a 2-2 game, and they're playing on. So it was a deathmatch situation here. So again, the bracket's now reset. Superior doesn't get to carry any of those kills forward here, so it is technically still 0-0
0-0.
and a deathmatch. So this is the best of the best of the best of the best one. There's no other games here, guys. This is it. So when we were disappointed when we saw Rect fall like that, is because we felt for him.
Yeah, we understand that pain.
Fortnite will break your heart in an instant, guys. So now you both have L's next to your names. Just kidding. You're both winners in my book. But it's going to be curious to see who comes out the winner now. So landing in a ball location. I'm thinking maybe he's going for some mobility here to hopefully get around the map. He's got another team that does land at the tower with him here. So he could hopefully walk away with this location with at least 1 or 2 kills.
Gets a tack and atomic gun right off the bat, and a med kit and a AK. Does not pick up the glider redeploy. I would have picked that up just because he has space. And you never know. There's a purple vending machine. Gets that infantry rifle. He already has the best loadout at current meta, I would say. Sneaks up on this guy. Unfortunately, does not hear him. Gets an easy knock. Finishes him off for the first elim.
I was going to say, I don't know if this other guy...
No headphones, maybe?
We'll go with that, yeah. He's playing Fortnite in Braille. Because to not hear the ball just sneak up on him like that is something else. But we'll give him credit. Maybe he's got to play without a headset right now. His TV's on mute, whatever's going on. But Rect comes out the victor on that one pretty easily. And I like what we're seeing so far. You know, it gives him a second chance. He's up 1-0 now in the series. He's got some people in the background showing him some love, yelling out his name. Hopefully they got some hype going on here.
And getting that first elim just like that is probably a huge confidence boost.
Oh, for sure. And he's got 2 people, one behind him and one in front of him.
Ooh.
So I'm not sure why he's hopping out of the ball so risky like that here.
He tags the other guy really well. Unfortunately, he did get sniped by the other guy in the back. That was a little risky. If I was him, I would have probably taken the ball to the top. So I'm at the top of the cliff, and I'll be able to spray the enemy from down there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he just didn't see the guy behind him.
Yeah,
Or...
there must be something like that. Maybe because he... Ooh. Okay, I thought he was going to go off the mountain there for a second. But there you go. That gun is so strong. As you can see, you got a nice headshot there for 100-something.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that will be 2.
I think so.
So, but I love like what you called out from earlier, that flintlock pistol, man. That seems to be the go-to gun right now. So
For sure.
I'm going home tonight, and that's the one that I'm practicing with.
Try it.
I'm pulling it out. I'm putting on the pirate hat, the eye patch.
Yep.
It's time.
It can save you from fall damage, too. Shoot it last second before you hit the ground.
That's probably been one of the coolest trick shots that have been invented, I think, so far in Fortnite. For
Yeah,
me,
those are
the
insane.
The flintlock shots, yeah.
Where they have like 3 of them or something, and then they do like a 360 heavy
yeah.
snipe no scope.
All that wild stuff. So it's been a fun night tonight watching all of our guys. You know, obviously some of the names that we recognize, some new ones here tonight. Again, guys, if you guys are tuning in or new to the Fortnite Frenzy, 7 total different locations for you guys to show up and play. We have a 15 and under and a 15 and over event that happen every Friday. Unfortunately for you guys, if you're just finding out about it, there's only 2 more weeks after we sign off tonight for you guys to show up and play. But if you love more than just Fortnite, every single night of the week, the Esports Arena is holding an event for you guys for different games. I believe Monday is League of Legends, Tuesday is Rocket League, Wednesday is Fight Night, Thursdays is Smash.
Super Smash, yeah.
Which I am terrible at.
Same.
And Friday is obviously our wonderfulness, Fortnite Friday. So wins the triangle battle here in the high ground. Unfortunately, loses it again. Able to reconstruct himself as the guy comes into his box and gets the knock here. So now he's going up 3 total kills.
And they're already so high. You got to be careful just in case if someone decides to knock it down, but he spots the other enemy. He's going to make sure he can't edit up on him like that. Got to try to keep the height. The enemy's trying to break from him. He just edits down on him, hit him for 73 3 times, I think, right there.
Oof.
Ooh, takes 10 fall damage, unfortunately.
I was about to say, I saw the redeploys.
He takes the glider redeploy. He's
Yep.
like, yep, I'm going to need it.
After that fiasco, I'm grabbing those bad boys. So it's been interesting to see how wide a variety of strategy everyone tonight has been using. We haven't, aside from shotguns and the spray meta, I mean, redeploys haven't been there as much. Grenades, rocket launchers. We saw someone skip over a gold rocket launcher earlier. That was bizarre.
That was interesting.
So it's kind of curious to see what is and isn't working for people right now.
For sure. I mean, I know a few people that don't like using rocket launchers at all because they usually just end up killing themselves by accidentally shooting their own 1x1 or something.
I've done that a few times, yep.
I'm guilty of that too.
My favorite one is using the rocket launchers, editing a window and then re-editing. So you shoot a few shots and you edit the grenade into your own building.
Yep, that's the worst.
Yep. And I don't even try to get out of it. I just go, oh, I deserve this one. Here we go. So, I mean, he's... in what we've seen tonight with all the explodes and the grenades, they haven't come into play as much as I would anticipate them to, but we've only seen 1 victory royale tonight. Not as many people make it to the late rounds, which is, I guess, a little bit surprising. Some of the previous weeks we saw a lot more people making it to the last 10, 12 people.
I think it's just the overall just changes in the game. It makes it you gotta adapt. I mean, everybody's used to using the pump and not needing to be pressured by Tommy guns.
That's the biggest thing, yeah. And I'm kind of curious to see, like I said earlier, guys, we got 2 more weeks as a redeploy comes in handy there for you guys and us to figure out what's going on with season week 9. So a whole lot to learn here, but we are only, I don't even say 2 days, a day and a half, because a lot of people haven't had a whole lot of time to put some work into this game to figure out what's all going on with this update. But right now we do see the ghost chair spinning in the background right now as we're just watching and being entertained here.
See, this is what's nice about the glider redeploy, especially when you're going for like kills and stuff. Like, he's built a ramp right here, so if he gets any nice tags or even a knock, he might just like push.
Someone
you could
shoots
easily
down
glide
his
over there.
build or-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go for it. He changed his mind. He wants more mats. He's trying to spot out any players where he can tag a few shots at them before pushing.
He hasn't missed too many shots with this rifle either. They've been pretty darn close. I like him destroying this just to see if maybe someone had maybe tucked away underneath him a little bit there. But so far doing a really good job of just kind of surveying the environment so he doesn't get side popped here at all. But again, 37 people left with this small of a circle. I'd be surprised if more people don't start floating in here pretty soon.
For sure, he's going to check behind him just to check if there's any other players maybe just rotating into the storm pretty late. He's going to go back into the sky base, use it as a little boost. There's a baller thing right underneath him.
It looks like it. There might actually be, I think I saw another one that might be a little bit more to the left heading that way too. So you might be able to catch 2 people off guard here.
Oh, and then jump out of the baller too, so he's taking a fight on right here.
Definitely outbuilds this first player, wins the box engagement, gets walked off, tries to pull the shot around the corner there. He's doing a great job of maneuvering with these side jumps and winning these angle engagements.
Ooh,
Almost
the
gets
ball almost
blasted
hits
in
him
the
right
face.
there. Looks like they're just gonna run away, or is that another team?
That's what I'm confused about. I can't tell if he's getting attacked
Oh,
by
they're
these
breaking
or-
him down too. I think that was the same team. They're just using it to break down his builds and then just running away.
Such meanies. They don't want a real fight.
Destroys that ball over there. Now he has the ultimate high ground on top of him. The other ball coming out. The ult. Oh, let's see if it's glider redeploy. Okay, if he didn't have glider redeploy, that would have been easy free knock right there.
Hopefully able to land 1 or 2 more shots into this guy. He's got him all the way down to
Oh,
71.
he's like 1 HP. He needs to. I would not be surprised if he follows him. Because he has glider redeploy. He could easily just die on top of him if he wants to. Oh, wait, did he get the knock? He might have gotten the knock. I just didn't see it.
I think he
Yeah,
might
I think
have,
he got the knock. Okay, he did. It's because we're spectating the, spectating him from the
we
other.
don't get the full feed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. And he's got a rift. So now he's really sitting in a good spot. Oh, and
Campfire,
the slurp.
slurp, minis.
My man is stacked right now.
Dude, they had everything.
So if you're, yeah, Rekt just, he sees what happens. He spins around in his chair. He doesn't want any more of this. He knows it's going to be a rough comeback. And that's tough for Rekt because
For sure.
he was putting on a fest with his builds and his edits. I was really impressed with what Rekt brought to the table. But so far tonight, Superior showing why he might be in itself superior. And I think he was at the top of the leaderboard for his location, if I remember right, too. So one of the guys that's won a few times or had some consistent placing at least.
Just constantly using these sky bases as rotations. And just overall just to spy, like, or not necessarily spy, just to like spot out enemies.
It makes sense because you're so far up there. I mean, why not just kind of hang around and see if people, and you know this is going to be a location that other people are going to come to as well. So
For sure.
it's not a bad area. We've seen so many people use those slipstreams today. He's got an angle on those now, so you can kind of just hang out here and maybe pop some people as they come around or try to make this rotate towards this area for him. 17 total people left on the map, so it's a pretty darn big circle for that many people. It's going to start dwindling here pretty quick, but they're going to start having to run into each other probably within the next minute or two. So I expect some action to start coming into play here. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to at least get 1 or 2 more under his belt here, which is only going to make things a little bit more difficult for Rekt.
There is an airdrop nearby too. I wonder if he's gonna go for that. Maybe try to get an RPG. But his loadout is pretty golden.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I have everything I need now. Do I need to risk it
Yeah, definitely.
for the RPG or the bow? But I love the bow or the RPG, so I'm kind of going for it. And I mean,
Or even extra heals if he wanted to. But I think he does have a few minis in his inventory.
and he's not in a place, I mean, being up 5 kills, I'm not too worried about taking a risk like that. But seeing how skilled Rekt is, I know he could make a quick comeback. And he sees a total of at least 2 or 3 teams here. One team building over by that base down low, and another team using the split stream here with ballers. So, not
The
sure
ultimate
what his plan
rotation.
is, right? Yeah, just kind of floating around in there, letting it do its thing.
I mean, he's still in zone, so I there's no that's necessarily need to push anyone. He could just try to, like, he has plenty of ammo too. He could just try to see if he can get some picks from up here.
Mm-hmm.
But it all comes down to your playstyle. Ooh, okay. I mean, he has glider redeploy. I didn't know you could walk on that. I always thought it would just like throw you up.
I was super nervous just because of what we saw earlier here. He's making me fidgety by doing this,
This is so trippy.
but he does have the redeploy. So, like you said, I think
Yeah,
he's okay.
if he falls off, he'll be fine. Gives us that little chicken emote.
You're a chicken, sir. I don't appreciate heights or walking on edges. That is not being a chicken. That is being called smart. You know how many people die every year walking on the edge of the Grand Canyon?
I have no clue.
I know it's a handful, and that is way too many. I feel like he would be one of those people that would get too close to the edge, and his shot with that rifle tonight has been on point.
Okay, tags were 70 right there. That gives you a decent amount of cover too. It's a little bit like concave, so
Kind of got that natural like angle where it makes it
yeah.
harder for. Ooh.
Gotta be careful with the snipers though. The snipers are what will get you when you're up here.
And what's tricky about playing this is he doesn't have like a position to build. So aside from doing that, it's not like anyone can't catch him off guard.
For sure.
So he does finally realize that someone might be trying to take the height advantage from him here. He builds up a little bit of a ramp just to make sure no one can float in on him. Loses track of him, but it might just be a baller trying to be a nuisance coming up here.
Destroy that baller.
That's probably one of the only benefits for me of having the
Tommy gun.
Yeah,
It's a counter for the ballers for sure.
yeah, you could just spray them down so quick.
And it lasers them too.
And if you're in the baller now, you have to kind of think of that as a defense, because the ability for people to put shots on you after they break your baller and you take damage is pretty darn high. So
For sure. Breaks the guy's baller down there and tags him for 82 shields. Trying to connect a few more shots. The guy's not building at all. I wonder if he doesn't have any mats at all, or.
looks like he might have took a shotgun shot at him or being.
And he does get the knock.
Hopefully this is the other guy's teammate here trying to come in for the play here, but it looks like he's not.
Looks like he's going
utilizing
back
the
down
stream.
for him.
Yeah.
Oh, then the knocked guy's in the wind. Gets a few tags there with a shotgun. Unfortunately, not enough. Has the high ground. He's just boxing in there. Gets the wall replaced. He's gonna take the Tommy gun and just spray right through, dude. And gets an easy kill just like that. Gets a chug jug too if he ever has time to drink one of those, but probably not. Fortunately, that guy got sniped and punished for using the Tommy gun for that long. Attacks that guy for 40 white in the distance. Builds up just to see if he can get an angle. He's gonna thirst this kill. Gotta be careful. Where's that sniper though?
It definitely came from the angle that he's looking at, because that guy got shot in the back. They're still focused on something in front of him as the guy hits the slipstream to the right. Redeploy comes into play there. He's pushing these kills. He's hungry. There's 10 total people left on the map here. At least 2 people around him here as he pushes this.
Ooh, gets caught with his blueprints out. Does trap him though. He's gonna get an easy kill right there.
Took a shotgun right to the face. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't a time for him to go back for that chug jug, knowing it's there. He's got a little bit of time to work with.
Looks like he's just gonna mini up and campfire in the moment. Because I mean, it is pretty hard to get there this late. Unfortunately, he did get sniped to his build right there. So he's gonna have to re-mini up. He's being pressured from several sides.
There's just way too much coming on. It definitely has to feel like more than one team is coming at him as there more shots from the distance come in. This guy's turtling up next to him. He takes a shotgun to the face. Now he's got to recollect himself.
And unfortunately gets flanked right behind.
And as we saw there at the end, it did look like there's at least 2 or 3 teams kind of
Definitely
collapsing in. So not a whole lot he was able to do there. But, I mean, my man walked away with 6, 7 eliminations.
I think it was 9.
Was it 9?
I think.
And Rect only had 1. So if that wasn't the last game,
So that's huge.
Rect is going
That's
to
a
have
big lead.
a lot of work to put in, which I don't know how many times we've seen in the esports environment someone come back from that kind of a deficit. But more power to you, Rect. I believe in you, sir. You can put on a great show in this grand finale here, because
Anything's possible.
it definitely is. I mean, with the slipstreams and the drum guns, the mobility in the map and the ability to counter the balls now kind of changed the environment. And we saw that one guy go up in the air, and like you called out, if he didn't have redeploys there, he wasn't landing for sure. So
For sure.
people got to be a little bit more cautious about flying around so carelessly in those balls now, because
Definitely.
it only takes, what, if we think about it, 10 bullets from the drum gun to knock you out of that thing. So
Yeah, it does not take a lot.
it can go pretty darn quick. So, Rect, my man, you're in the bus, you're rolling your head, shake it out, my man. Get that sweat going. It's going to be a rough game for you here to try to make this comeback, but we believe in you, sir. You've been putting on a great show. Superior, you put on a heck of a show last game, so we're excited to jump right into this winners finals matchup here. The bracket got reset. It's in the deathmatch environment.
He's going full out. He's going Neo tilted.
You kind of have to. I mean, if you're not walking out of this first circle or two with at least 2-3 kills, it's going to be a little bit rough as we get to the end.
Let's just hope he's been dropping here a few times before the tournament, so he definitely has like a understanding of the map and the layout of the new tilted. Spots out a first guy. Was able to get a few tags on him on the top. Unfortunately, only is an SMG, so that's not the best weapon for those long-range fights.
And if you're superior here, all I'm really doing is either following or letting Rect do all the work. I mean, you don't have to do anything except stay alive in the situation and make sure you don't make any mistakes to go down early.
For sure.
Give any false confidence over to Rect, but there's at least one person in this building, I believe, below him, so he's trying to collect himself here. Has an okay setup because we've seen how destructive the Grey Tack can be so far tonight, but kind of making his way down. He sees an open door, so he knows there's someone that's beat him to some of the loot here, and now it's a fight for minis, and I'm thinking he might even just go up high and jump roofs here.
That's very possible because most of these roofs have those wind blocks now, so you can jump off the buildings no problem, or even go into the slipstream.
And he boxed himself in here from above, so I'm wondering, hopefully no one has the height advantage above him here, but I think he might just be trying to catch someone off guard. He corner peeks somebody here around the door.
Yeah, he's just hoping someone pushes him instead of him pushing them.
I'm wondering if this player has eyes on him as well. They seem to be a little bit timid. Catches this guy off guard. 2 people total, though. It's going to be a rough fight as he wins the wall there.
Gets a few tags there. Gets a nice knock right there. So that guarantees at least, hopefully, one elim if he gets the other one. But he unfortunately did get flint knock there. That's the power of the flint knock right there. It knocks him back, and he takes like 90 HP damage there. He's going to finish out that elim just to secure it, just in case.
I was going to say, he has to secure it no matter what. He's still in a really rough spot here. Out of mats. He has a little bit of heals if he has time for it, but being out of mats, he's not going to... This player decides to push him and happens to have an SMG, it's going to be a little bit rough.
Or just one more flint knock. It seems like he's being pressured. Unfortunately, no mats, and he gets taken down.
My man Rex, more power to you. You had a wonderful showing, sir, but the last 2 rounds have just not been in your favor as we hop on board now with Superior, who, again, doesn't have to do anything. He's pretty much won, so I mean...
He has. And it seems like he got this fight. He's in pretty controlled as well.
So, again, Rex, Superior, I'm going to bed triggered, or go to bed triggered. Let's see, God, Creator of God, Chump. We've had so many people show up tonight, so many people in chat show up tonight and show support. I mean, that's been one of the coolest and the funnest things is having these people be able to have an audience to support them, which is cool. And what we saw there at the end is Rect had, what, like 3 or 4 people kind of walking around in the background yelling and helping him out. So that's pretty cool. So a little bit of a break from us at the Esports Arena for a little bit. We'll be right back for some more Fortnite fun here in a minute. So welcome back, everybody. We're hopping right into some gameplay from Spokane Valley, our grand finals here. We have Go to Bed Triggered versus... They need to make these names easier for me because I'm never a fan of embarrassing myself on stream, but I'm going... Maybe it's a little bit German. Spiral? Spiral?
Spyler? Something like that. I think so.
It's just... You got to make him a little bit less tricky, guys. But...
Go to Bed Triggered playing the cornfields again, like we saw in the beginning of today's stream.
He likes it. Again, like you talked about, great players know how to use their environment to their advantage sometimes. Landing in an environment like Fighter Fields, hasn't had a whole lot of updates with what's gone on recently, so a little bit easier, familiar to kind of get around. You know where everything's at, and this might be part of the strategy here because we do see that, unfortunately, it looks like Go to Bed Triggered might be on the loser side of things because I see there is not a W next to his name. So he's got to put in some work here if he wants to reset this and try to come out the victor here at least.
Looks like he spots out a few enemies. He's going to use the cornfield like he did in the beginning of today's tournament. Just to scout out, see if he can get any picks from here. He has an AR. Ooh, lines up a perfect headshot and knocks that guy. Sees another guy on the roof, lines up another nice headshot.
Not exactly sure how the second guy got away, and he beams him out of the air. Finds the third guy off to his right, catches him on the build. This guy has redeploy, so he's going to get inside this house, hopefully here for the reset. He's able to get the high ground, push in through the ceiling, and maybe get this cleanup here. Does not have a shotgun, so this could be a little bit risky for him here. Sees that the other guy goes into the cornfield.
Nice little bee-hop there. Spots him right through the cornfield.
Sounds like there's at least maybe one other person here.
Ooh, got shot from the side, unfortunately. I think it was a deagle. Was able to tag him a ton, leaving him 1 HP and gets the knock with the last bullet. And try to thirst him.
He's got to get this thirst in hard and heavy. But he ends up getting the final pickup, which, if you're this other squad, how you let him get away with that, you are officially his name. You are going to bed triggered. And Spyler looks like, again, still putting in work on his end, too. He's got 2 kills. So this squad here, 6 total kills, all within the first, minute or 2 of this game. They're hungry for some victory here. So they're trying to put in work as fast as possible. And now if you're Go to Bed Triggered, you're feeling a little bit better about the situation being on the loser side of things for this first round.
For sure. I think there was a rift to go behind him, so he might take that later just to rotate and try to find extra players to be aggressive on. But right now I think he's just going to loot up, trying to find maybe some extra shields. That would be really nice.
We've seen a lot of these guys pick up the boogie bombs. Do you think it's because it does, especially when you're going up against 2 guys, being able
for sure.
to?
It's like a stun almost.
Yeah.
It was. I would definitely argue though, it's definitely better when the pumps were here because you could boogie bomb someone and then line up a perfect headshot.
You're not letting Fortnite away with this pump situation, are you?
Never.
How close were you when you read that update, just not to even playing Fortnite?
I waited for. I was in bed waiting for the update. I was like waiting for the patch notes, and then like I was check Twitter, and everybody was tweeting like, "Bring back pumps." I was like, "There's no way they removed the pump. This must be some kind of like joke or something."
Yeah.
And then I read the patch notes, and I went to bed triggered.
So I legitimately didn't think it was real either because it was Ninja's wife that made a joke. She was like, I woke Ninja up this morning by whispering in his ear that the pump was vaulted.
Yep.
So I thought she was, just being clever and being funny and making a joke about it. And then I started reading the patch notes and I went,
Dang.
No. And unfortunately, we woke up for a second day and it was true. So
Yep.
something to get a little bit used to. But as you mentioned, we went to bed triggered, and that could be why he's currently holding the lead right now. He's got all of our mad juju at Fortnite. He's teaching Fortnite a lesson. He wants to go home the victor because of this.
Spot some players in front of him.
He has a perfect angle because I don't think these guys are going to expect him to come here.
He's gonna try to line up maybe a few AR shots before he goes in. Breaks that guy's shield, gets an easy knock right there. Just absolutely destroys him. Gonna build up, try to thirst him. Trying to spot out where the other enemy is.
It's a bush.
Okay, for a minute I thought that was a gold heavy.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No, 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 no. That was a guy in the bush, right?
Was it actually?
I'm pretty sure it was a guy in the bush.
I mean, it happens. It's still a thing.
I swear I thought that was the guy's teammate running up in that bush. Man, I could have been wrong, but
Maybe we can get a replay, maybe?
I thought he was about to get pumped in the back or shot in the back. I was a little bit nervous for Go to Bed Triggered there, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was just a regular bush. I got all excited for no reason. I like his idea of using the split stream here, though, just to get a little bit of speed, momentum, trying to...
And then he shoots himself straight up, just to glide a little bit, try to spot out anything.
Yeah, like you said, I think people expect you to be inside the stream, not so much hanging out above, but someone does look like takes a sniper shot, and it looks like it's near the tree over here to the right some.
Does spot him out right there, tries to line up a few shots on him, tags him twice for 25, breaks the guy's shield as well. Tags another guy for 25. I think he's going to push it. He's going to push it.
Definitely looks like the team's getting third party, and he's doing a really good job of making sure that he's lining up these shots and hitting for almost every single one of them. So.
And he's making sure the enemy is weak before he goes in to something that he has no clue what he's going into.
Exactly, yeah.
Ooh, unfortunately takes a little extra damage there.
Luckily, he has the med kit to recover there, but that
And
was
minis.
a little bit tough. If he doesn't have that med kit, he's walking out of that situation kind of in a really rough spot. Does total up all the way to 6 kills now, so he is feeling pretty good. A total of 25 people left on the map. Go to Bed Trigger is feeling much better about the situation than he was when he first went into this game here. We haven't seen a whole lot from his opponent yet either.
Gets a little upgrade there with the AK. Are they on a turret?
They might be. These
I
bullets are
haven't
coming
seen
in
the
quick.
turret being used in forever.
It's kind of just a waste. I mean, your ability to get shot off of it is so quick nowadays.
It's so
that,
easy.
Yeah, people don't seem to bother putting it down.
I think he does have a turret of his own, so maybe a little turret battle.
The ultimate spray factor.
Can't build there because of the wind transportation system there. Prevents you to build if you're too close to it, unfortunately. Which can make it pretty hard when he's trying to retake the high ground right there.
And these players might know that because they're kind of just sitting on that edge, making sure he can't really maneuver himself out here. So I like the idea. He doesn't have a whole lot of ground to go upwards. He's got to go more lateral now. He's able to win the angle a little bit here. Catches both guys just sitting ducks out in the open. Knocks one guy. Is able to get the second one here. Go to Bed Triggered, putting on a show. There is a whole nother team pushing in quick here, so he's got to make a decision on what he wants to do. Catches one guy off to the left. Able to catch him off guard going into the slipstream. Lands some beautiful shots as the guy tries to get away.
Oh, he's
here.
going for it. He wants that. He absolutely lasered him. Just like that. All the action coming towards the go to Bed Triggered. just non-stop action for him.
Baits him right into his own square there. It doesn't get much beautiful than that, folks.
And already has 10 elims. That's huge for game one.
Game one, he's I don't think he's losing this one. I mean,
14 players left. He has a med kit. He has still got a couple minis left. Got a nice loadout with a ton of ammo. It's looking good.
I mean, luckily his opponent picked up one more kill, so he shortens the gap a little bit.
A
But
slurp too.
every single person that Go to Bed Triggered runs into right now is doing just that. They're going to Bed Triggered. They're mad. They're slamming their keyboards. They're trying to figure out what they did wrong in these situations. My man is putting on a show for you guys right now.
I like it. Takes the sniper. I want to see some sniping clips.
That's been the one thing we haven't seen a whole lot of aside from that one short moment earlier with snipers.
For sure.
Catches both of these guys just sitting ducks.
Ooh, he's gonna get this. Ooh, unfortunately, just a little off. Just trying to get a few, just trying to see if he can pick off anybody using the sniper in that situation. It does look like his opponent is pushing into the fight though, so I mean he needs to rush in as well to get as many kills as he can.
I was about to say, make sure his opponent isn't able to pick up any of these, or maybe steal some of them if he can. Both players pushing into the storm to get
Being
these limbs
super
here.
aggressive. Unfortunately, missed the shot over there. And try to build back up. Spots a ball, tries to Tommy gun it.
I like the plays by Go to Bed Triggered because, in all honesty, being in the lead by 7 kills right now, you pretty much just want to mirror your opponent to make sure that they're not getting away with anything that you could. And right now, he's playing a really good position of blocking off the storm. Any kills that he gets here is just going to solidify the lead even more.
Tries to spot out the enemy that's shooting them from a distance. Maybe land a snipe. Ooh. Finishes him off. They're all just trying to spot where the last players are.
It's pretty much what it seems like it's going to come down to right now, is a kind of a picking fest. Everyone just
For
going,
sure.
playing off the sound cues, trying to get into as easy fights as possible here, but he just gets absolutely lasered from behind here.
Gonna campfire up, try to pop these minis. Hopefully he doesn't get pushed. Put some Tommy guns.
That's the scariest thing, is when you're trying to pop those minis, your inability to, do both the shield and the wall makes it so tough with that drum gun right now. And he's doing a really good job of pulling out this sniper, looking for any shots he can connect on people while they're making these rotates here. His opponent's putting some shots onto somebody but not connecting with anything here, and his opponent's almost completely dead. I can't see how much life he has, but it's got to be less than 20 or 30.
He's gonna box up, reevaluate the situation, trying to think what he wants to do. Because there is a guy above him. He did drop down. Unfortunately, he's whiffing the edits a little bit. Ooh. Lands a decent tack shotgun there. Finish him off as well. His teammate, the enemy's teammate tried to pressure him. Traps him in a box.
Looks like this other guy, not sure how to pull out his pickaxe or edit or move or anything. He's kind of just stuck in there. Hasn't tried to get the high ground or the low ground at all. Go to Bed Trigger
Gets boogie bombed. Takes a whole lot of damage. He's gonna try to get those minis. Fortunately, it did lose the floor right there. So he's gonna just try to rotate out of the box.
Luckily, this guy doesn't have a spray weapon because he's not putting on the pressure. And he loses the shotgun fight. Oh my goodness.
Gets stuck on his teammate. I think he did pick up a launch pad too, but he is very low in health, so he probably doesn't want to be in the skies right now because he could get beamed easily out of the air. He does have, I see he still has minis.
I was gonna say,
he's gonna mini up.
yeah, he's I want to say he's in a good and a bad place right now. I mean, the only thing he could really ask for, like you mentioned, is getting his health back up there, campfire bandages, something. Aside from that, his loadout is amazing. And I don't think there's,
sniper.
yeah, and I don't think there's anyone killing him in this lobby right now. I think we're going to see another victory royale if he can get his hands on some heals.
I think the best situation for him, if there is two teams, no, there's 3 people FTK. So it might be a duo that he's going against. And if it is a duo he's going against, it's going to be a lot harder. Let's just hope it's a 1v1, v1.
Does find the bandages, which were pretty much essential here. So, I mean, he's up a total of, 6, 7, 8 kills right now. So he can't be in a much better spot. The way this man is playing is off the charts. he's been able to get inside of people's boxes like a madman. So the fact that he has a drum gun and a heavy sniper right now
should be pretty simple.
This man's going to put on an unbelievable show right now, and we are all just lucky to be able to be here to witness this magic that he's about to produce. It's like David Copperfield, but at the Esports arena on a Friday night.
Looks like he's gonna go for the air drop just for some heals. Like if he can get a slurp out of this, that'd be huge, because then he'll have 200 HP.
If he gets a slurp, he's winning this game hands down.
I think so too.
That's scary.
You got a slurp and you got a campfire. And infantry rifle. I'd pick up that infantry rifle, 100% over the AK.
As well as he's been doing, yeah.
Okay, he's gonna be. He is back at 100 shield, back at 100 HP. As soon as the slurp's done, he's still got a few minis. He has a killer loadout. Now it's just about finding the enemy.
And so far we haven't heard any shots or too much. Oh my goodness,
There
he
they
walks
are.
right up into him. I don't think they saw him.
They didn't. And he was able to get the first couple tags on him. He's just gonna Tommy gun him. Unfortunately, I'm
sniper
only
shot
seeing
comes in from
one.
somewhere.
So this might be a 1v1v1. It's a nice tack shotgun. Okay, so it is a 2v1. He eliminated the first one, making it a 1v1.
My apologies.
Still at a 200 HP.
There was a bow that came in from down low somewhere, so this other guy has sights on him. Not exactly sure where. Surprised he doesn't pick up the RPG there just for the easy slow damage.
Maybe just trying to bait out a quick shot from him. Okay, so he might have to rotate towards him. I'm pretty sure the bow came from east.
It definitely did, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the glider redeploy if he doesn't have any mobility that he wants to go for. But then again, he also does not want to be lasers out of the sky. But he does need to make a rotation. He has plenty of mats. He has 690 wood and max on brick and metal.
It's a 1v1 situation. He really just needs to, as you mentioned, make sure he doesn't get out-sniped or outplayed here. Is a little bit high to be making these pushes.
I'd build with metal right here just in case if he gets shot down, not taking any fall damage.
Yeah.
It's definitely very interesting.
And it's kind of a dead giveaway position of where he's sitting at right now. I would almost maybe use this as a decoy, but we know this guy is somewhere below him. He doesn't have the height advantage on him, so he really just has to locate him. Go to Bed Triggered is trying to send a total of 14 people home, and we see a bow shot coming down low from inside the tree. So now this guy is completely destroyed. He knows exactly where he's at. Go to Bed Trigger, I think, is walking away with the victory royale on a total of 14 points. He's even calling out where he thinks this guy is going to be walking up from. My man is nuts right now.
And he spots him, tags him for 157 with the heavy sniper right there. All he needs to do now is just push him.
He's putting on the pressure, getting the high ground. This guy is putting in shots, isn't turtling up to heal. I'm not sure why. He needs to get these minis off. Triggered is going in with the blue shotgun. Here's the trap, makes him fall. Connects. Ooh, this guy gets back up top, able to build a box in, so making it a little bit tricky for Trigger to pull this off. Maybe trying to pop some minis off. Trigger just holding him off, loses the height advantage, but building right back up on top. Lands one tack shotgun, hopefully cleaning him up here. And the guy's just doing a really good job of turtling up with these pyramids right now. We know Triggered has the health advantage because he landed that heavy shotgun shot that you called out with 157 damage. So really just trying to keep the pressure on here. We hopefully see him push in with this heavy shot sniper rifle right now.
I won't be surprised if he does. As soon as he spots where he is, I would definitely try it. Ooh, whiffs a couple of shots there. That was a close one.
The sigh of relief comes in for Go to Bed Trigger. He's laughing at himself knowing that those final bump shots were a little bit close there. I mean, I expected that to be a lot easier for him once he landed that first shot.
Definitely.
But my goodness, walking away with 52 health as a winner.
Yeah, and 14 kills. 14 kill lead.
He's feeling pretty darn good about himself going into round two.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I'm sorry.
that's definitely a tough comeback for sure for the
Yeah.
other guy, but you know, he might get a 20 bomb right here. You never know. This is Fortnite.
Hey, it is Fortnite. You can pop off at any time. seeing the way Go to Bed Triggered is playing right now,
Definitely.
and you're giving him another opportunity to rack up more kills. Again, anything
For
could
sure.
happen. He could fall out of the battle bus, out of one of the sky maps, and die right away. I don't see that happening. So
Yeah, I'm kind of on your side too. I definitely think this is Go to Bed Triggered is most likely going to be taking this, but we will see.
we'll definitely see. So we're going into round 2 here, or we'll get some confirmation if that was a reset match or not. But I believe if Triggered wins this, that's going to solidify him for his location in first place by at least like 15, 20 points. So this is not only just a big win for him to take home the week event, but
For sure.
the overall placing as well. So hopping in the battle bus, you can see him getting hyped in the background there. We still got people walking around. They're showing a lot of love.
The relief you must have.
He doesn't have to do anything, I feel like now. He can kind of just have fun, which
Yeah.
not to say he hasn't been having fun, but he doesn't have to quote-unquote try.
Yeah, he could be a little more relaxed. He's going to go back to Fatal Fields, as we've been seeing. That's his main strategy. Landing by that barn house. Playing the cornfields. Looks around, trying to see if there's anybody landing near him. He does have someone contesting his building. It looks like it's just going to be a pickaxe fight. Who can get this pickaxe
Oh my
faster?
goodness.
20 HP remaining, gets the first elim just like that. Gets a Minis 2 to heal back up.
20 health.
20 health. That just one more pickaxe swing for the other guy and he would have gone down.
And he's getting pressured here by somebody. Can't exactly tell where.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be very difficult for Go to Bed Trigger with his low HP. Just like one shotgun shot, even a good SMG shot could ruin it for him.
Again, doing a great job of utilizing the environment just to make sure he can hide, pull off these minis, get away when he can.
Especially with no mats like he has right now.
There's the shotgun he was hoping for. Now he's going to push the engagement. If he can get away with his second kill, he's still in a really good spot here. He catches the guy out of the window so he at least knows where he's at.
Takes a few shots into the cornfield just to check if he gets any luck.
And I thought I might have heard a rift. I'm not 100% sure.
Watch him get a chug. He definitely wants this kill. I feel like if he really didn't want the kill, he would have gone by now. But he hears some gunshots in Fatal. He's going to use the cornfields like he's been doing, which he's really good at.
Oh, yeah. And like you called out, luckily he gets the fat pot there, but he wants the kill, I feel like, because he's confident in what he can do, and it really just continues to put the pressure on his opponent here because, again, being down 11 kills right now
For sure.
is so tough, and he's really just playing the map now. The more he can make sure no one else gets these kills is the better.
Ooh, gets him through the cornfield right there. For a minute there, I thought he was going to wait for like a respawn vehicle. Gets a nice shot on the rear. Ooh, just one more shot, which should do it. That's one thing that's nice about this shotgun is the fire rate of this shotgun is a lot better than any other shotgun in the game.
How in the world this
Wow.
man is pulling this off
With
right now?
6 HP remaining.
I'm going to bed mad that people aren't able to kill this man. He is a Fortnite legend for us right now.
He survived every fight there with less than 20 HP.
I mean, like you called out, someone only had to tap him once and he would have been done for
Yeah.
it. And they missed every single shot they put on him. So now it's 17-14. So he's up 13 total kills. There's no way.
That's very difficult unless you hit. I mean, he's still gonna continue to get kills for sure. If he finds some
Oh, yeah.
heals and go against other players, there's definitely more kills for Go to Bed Trigger, and yeah, his opponent would have to drop a 20 bomb for sure.
Which early on in Fortnite, you know, the different seasons, I can picture that being a thing. But nowadays, to drop,
It's a lot harder.
it's a lot harder. I feel like a lot of the casuals aren't playing Fortnite as much, so you tend to run into people that are taking it a little bit more serious on a daily basis.
Definitely. A lot more
And
sweats.
people also understand the overall strategy of what you need to do to be successful in Fortnite. So I feel like that's made it a little bit harder too. But aside from praying that this man runs into a campfire slurp and all kinds of
Chug
other
jug.
heals, I don't know what he's going to do to get out of this. But we've seen him pull off some crazy stuff so far with 6 health. So
Let's see if there's any loot in these. Fortunately, he's only been finding minis, which is very unfortunate for him. Even bandages or anything. He just wants anything.
some Neosporin, some alcohol, some peroxide, something to heal this man. But he's just not having any luck right now, which if I'm the game and there we
the other
go.
guy goes down. That is
Look at the smile. Look at the smile. He tried to hide it as fast as he could, but he knows.
a GG.
So we'll get confirmation, guys, on if that is for sure the final game. But I'm thinking that might be the reset
I think so too.
because he had the W next to his name,
Yep.
which if you're the other guy, you're not that excited about the reset.
Definitely not. You don't want,
reset. I mean,
you definitely don't want to go to reset if you're coming from the winner's side. That's a little like that hurts.
and then to go to the reset in that kind of a fashion.
And
is-
knowing that Go to Better Trigger dropped 70 kills there in those 2 games.
That's gonna be tough. I mean, one game is bad enough, but for him,
sure.
and I guess we're a little bit hesitant here. I'm going to be a little bit hesitant here because the other guy doesn't know what kind of show Go to Bed Trigger put on.
Definitely.
I mean, he probably sees the numbers, but if he saw how he actually got those numbers, he'd probably be a little bit more baffled or scared right now because, I mean, I'm baffled and scared as the caster seeing what that man was able to do. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's probably playing on a controller. Because I feel like I saw the Xbox or the PlayStation symbols and not a PC symbol. So, Go to Bed Trigger, we got confirmation.
This
Gets
is
the
the
reset.
reset.
Whew!
He's probably super pumped about this, and knowing how well he's been playing, he's on point right now. He's going to continue going Fatal Fields. He's continuing the strategy he's been doing.
It's been working for him, and I'm kind of excited to know how or why in the world he was sent to losers. Like,
Yeah, I want to know that too.
something must have went, I feel like, completely wrong because that's the way this man has been playing. It makes no sense for him to be outplayed skill-wise unless there's someone else out there that we haven't had the opportunity to watch. But we're going into, I'm going to assume, a best-of-3 grand finals reset here, guys. This is it for the evening for us. So this is the last match. We want to keep you guys entertained. Go to Bed Trigger is looking to close out the night as one of the overall, not just best Fortnite players, but probably one of the most exciting people we've seen play tonight for sure.
Definitely. Has a decent loadout already. Has a shotgun, AR, and even a hunting rifle for long range.
Oh my goodness.
And an SMG. He has everything. He just needs shields now.
He's unfortunate in the fact that no one sounds like has landed near him, which has been one of the, I like it, go ahead and pick it up. What is he going to trade for it?
Here's some gunshots near the barn. Looks like he's going to push into the cornfields, which he's known for.
It's been working for him all night tonight. Able to use the environment. Like you said, the only other thing he really needs out of this loadout is shield. Does he get the minis? He does not. Does get the blue AR, so not a bad situation here, but
Just trying to spot out anybody. It looks like he spots 2 players out there. Gonna take a few shots, misses a few of them, but was able to get an Elam right there. There's also a vending machine right here. This might be the shields he needs. Fortunately not, but that GL might be nice. Or SMG. Sounds like there's a ghost right behind him. Hits him for, I didn't see the exact number, but pretty, he's definitely very weak.
the fact that he was able to hear and locate that player so quickly just shows how good and how in tune with his abilities Go to Bed Triggered is. He hits 65 to the dome. This guy boxes up, but that doesn't mean anything when you're going against Go to Bed Trigger as he loses the low ground and he pumps him in the back with this new combat shotgun. Good night, sir. Go to Bed Triggered already got 3 kills on the board. This man is a monster right now.
And the spot he decided to land is actually... I didn't know Fatal was this good.
Right?
I didn't know that many people landed here, and the fact he got that area where he lands usually by himself to get a decent amount of loot too is huge.
Yeah, I would definitely expect this to be a place that I would feel lucky if I ran into one other team, but the fact that 3, 4 other teams have landed here every single time has really, for him, been very beneficial.
Because he's starting every game with like 3 to 4 kills.
Mm-hmm.
Spots on another team there. Fortunately misses his shots. Does have height on him. Still doesn't have any shields, but he hasn't taken any damage yet.
I like that he's keeping the AR just in case this guy tries to get away a little bit further than the shotgun's going to collect with this new combat. Luckily, catches the guy off guard.
And look how well he tracks the enemy just using the sound cue. He's constantly trying to figure out where they are and just catching them wherever they leave themselves exposed for him.
Lands the nice shotgun shot there. Does take a little bit of damage to himself there, but does such a great job of overbuilding his opponent so that they can't get that ground. Pyramiding off the top. Now he just has to play this angle. Hopefully he can land the shotgun shot. Comes in and...
There goes his opponent down.
So
let's see how many kills Go to Bed Trigger can get right here. He already has 4, which is huge. He's going to pop off that med K, which I like because he has the high ground. Sounds like he hears him nearby, so he's just waiting to line up the shotgun shot.
I was going to say, did he get the confirmation for the guy that he knocked?
Oh yeah, that guy used a flintlock pistol to get up to the height here and takes him down.
All right, so...
But he does have 4 kills. It looks like the other opponent had 1. So it's a decent lead.
Thank you to whoever that player was. It was not someone that we got to see that was streaming from one of our locations, but we did want to see some nice, fancy plays like that. So we got
Definitely.
To see, I wanted to see it from the first-person shot, but, I mean, at Flintlock shot was...
To take high ground like that?
Pretty nasty. And against somebody, I guess that's what I'm most surprised about, against somebody as good as Go to Bed Trigger, because we've seen what Go to Bed Trigger could do. So for somebody to be able to pull that off against him is definitely speaking against their character. So whoever that random person is out there, you need to get your butts here. But we'll be going into round 2 here very shortly, guys. And again, this is our grand finals for the evening. So who do you think takes it? I mean, this is...
I'm leaning towards Go to Bed Triggered for sure. He's playing out of his mind. His landing spot is better than I thought.
Right?
There's like 4 to 3 teams landing there every time, and they're not landing where he lands.
That's
so he has time to loot up, and then he goes to the cornfield and just snacks a couple kills with no one knows where he is.
I figure if like Steven Spielberg or Stephen King or anyone out there that's going to be making some scary movies recently and wants to redo Children of the Corn, they need to hire Go to Bed Trigger, because this man is creating nightmares out in that cornfield. I mean,
oh, he definitely is.
He's just beaming people with whatever gun's given to him. He doesn't care. He peeks that perfect kind of corner and just, I mean, luckily some of these players have no idea where he's at.
For sure.
But I'm going to give him mostly credit for being able to kind of position himself in an area where his shots are really easily hidden. So Go to Bed Triggered. This is your week, my man. You've hyped us up. You have reset the bracket. You are up 3 points here. We want to see you take home this victory royale and win here tonight. And like you called out, just go into the exact same spot that's been working out for him all night long here.
This time the bus is not necessarily in his favor, so there might not be as many players. There's game freeze?
I think looks like his game might have frozen, yeah. So should be an easy reset or correction there.
For sure.
We'll hop back into the gameplay here in a moment, guys. If you're spell higher, maybe a little bit of a breather. You go, whew.
A little break.
I wasn't ready.
Yeah. Could you rethink a strategy or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't even really ask you what your strategy is for Go to Bed Triggered, because obviously
he has it down.
Yeah.
Just continue what he's doing. He'll be fine.
If you're his opponent, what are you thinking about doing, I guess, then?
I wish if I would have seen more of his gameplay, I guess maybe, but you could potentially contest him at the same spot.
I think that's probably the only thing that makes sense to me right now, aside because of the fact, like you said, we haven't seen what he's been doing.
Yep.
But at some point, when your opponent's doing so many things right and able to get so much done, you kind of have to wonder what's going on that side of the map. Do I
For
need
sure.
to get involved? Because, I mean, his opponent's getting involved in the end of the circle, but again, with 2 or 3 kills. And
Yeah.
when your teammates got 10 or 11 at that same moment, it's like, all right, I got to win every single one after this.
Yeah.
It's
Then
a little bit tough.
might need to drop somewhere else where there's more more populated, so you can get a couple more kills. Because if you're only walking out with 3 to 4 kills, where your teammate is walking with 14 kills.
Any of the locations that they've updated that's kind of made you more curious, or do you have your favorite spots that you've still been kind of landing at?
I still have my favorite spots. I've been
Okay.
going to Lazy Lagoon. That's
Gotcha, okay.
probably like, because I've been playing a lot of arena, so
Okay.
the ship itself is like, there's a ton of loot there. There's a baller spawn in there, which is great for arena because you got to play for that late game.
Gotcha.
There's a ton of mats there. There's pallets in the boat. Yeah, it's an overall just great place for loot, mats, mobility.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think, like you said, the new updates probably haven't changed my opinion on where I like to land too much. My go-to places are Dusty Divot and Snobby Shores.
Yeah.
Just because people tend to leave those 2 places alone. And like
True.
you said, loot and a ton of mats. Not the best locations as far as rotations always go.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see if that goes. But if you're in chat, we want to hear where your favorite locations are, where you want to hang out with all these updates. But we're going to take a quick break before we get back into this grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
Introducing Overpowered. Pre-built gaming desktops and laptops designed by Esports Arena with hand-picked hardware to deliver a powerful gaming experience. Stocked with serious memory, stunning graphics, and lightning speeds. Starting at $499. Overpowered. Ignite your game. Only on Walmart.com.